Order this March 19th, 2026 regular meeting of the Board of Education. Please rise for the pledge to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. May we have roll call?
Jason Decker.
Here.
Mary Lee Hall.
Here.
Samantha Hall.
Here.
William Hall.
Here.
Jeremy Hesh.
Here.
Jennifer Henkel.
Here.
Nathan Henkel.
Here.
Lisa Stoller.
Here.
Joseph Wilson.
Here. All right, item 2.01, I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as presented. So moved.
Second.
Any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, that motion carries. Item 3, I'll entertain a motion to approve the February 19th, 2026 minutes, as well as the March 17th Education Committee meeting minutes and the March 17th Finance and Budget Committee meeting minutes.
So moved.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, that motion carries, which brings us to item 4.01, our student representative report. Caleb.
Thank you. Just a couple quick dates and a couple quick notes. One is we just started some spring sports, some very promising seasons. And kind of related to that, we have Patrick O'Brien, who is the Nike Emerging Elite National Champion in pole vault, which is very, very impressive. He vaulted 15 feet. He's also committed to pole vault at the Division I level for Lehigh University. So just a quick shout out to him. He's a great guy. I'm sure some of you have met him. I know soccer and all that. Then a quick dates for you guys. The end of marking period 3 was today. I cannot believe that I'm 3/4 of the way done with my senior year. It really snuck up on me. So I'm gonna try and enjoy the last marking period. Try not to get senioritis. I feel it creeping in. This weekend we have the theater musical of Anastasia. Then on the 24th is First Responder and Military Career Night at 5:30. Again, shout out to Mr. Amberman. I think this was in my report last month, but he's doing a great job in his position and providing a lot of great opportunities. And then the following night on the 25th is the dual enrollment night, or the dual enrollment information night. I would highly recommend going. It's very helpful. It helped me have a great experience at HAC. Then the night after that, report cards are available in Sapphire. Fingers crossed, hoping for straight A's. Then the 1st through the 6th, spring break. And then on the 15th of April, the counseling program will host the SHS Rising Senior Night at 5:30 p.m. Also that night at 7 p.m. is the spring band concert. And the following night on April 16th is SHS Band Swing Dance at 6 p.m. And that's all I have.
If you get a B in something, Caleb, it'll be a scandal. I just want to say.
All right, moving on to item 5.01, we have educational updates by Dr. Reppert.
Thank you, President Henkel, School Board. Is spring actually here?
No.
What season are we actually dealing with? I think we've ping-ponged between spring, summer, winter, spring, and I heard 70 on Sunday. So let's see what happens. Caleb, hope it doesn't impact you.
24 then on Monday.
24 then on Monday? Okay. So to follow along my traditional safe, supportive, and collaborative culture, regarding safety, wanted to take a moment to thank all the district staff that helped facilitate the spring bus evacuation drill yesterday. Had the opportunity to visit not only the secondary but the elementary bus evacuations. Not only was it awesome just to see the students going through the evacuation, but how they worked with each other and supporting them as they're getting out of the buses. And a big thank you to First Student and all the staff that assisted with the bus evacuation drill. It was just awesome. Under supportive, have a lot. We have a couple students I wanted to congratulate for completing their manufacturing pre-apprenticeship that are graduates, Jillian Ring, John Mendenhall, and Colton Garcelon. Also, congratulations goes out to Jacob Awanowitz. He was selected to represent Susquehannock High School in the PMEA Central Region Orchestra Festival by placing in the top 6 of all viola players. Congratulations, Jacob. Congratulations goes out to Georgia Nace, who was selected as the 2026 recognized Carson Scholar. Georgia will be receiving scholarship for receiving this distinction as a repeat Carson Scholar. Congratulations out to Mrs. Ashley Gonzalez, art teacher over at Southern Elementary. She had an opportunity to attend and present 2 sessions during the National Arts Education Association Conference during the last week of February. Her presentations advocated and supported topics for the arts and education in our schools and for our students and strategies for strengthening art education in programs and curriculums. Received notification that we had another student graduate from the York Adams Academy. Congratulations goes out to Autumn Strickland. Autumn completed their graduation requirements on March 5th and is the 3rd student in our district to graduate from the York Adams Academy this school year. Congratulations goes out to the following students who were accepted into the 61st Annual Distinguished Young Women's Program. They are Teresa Masafu, Audrey Mikowski, Abigail Retzlaff, and Tracy Slemp. There were 4 of 30 students that were accepted into the program and will attend a conference in May 2026 at the Pulo Center at Penn State York, where they'll participate in an array of leadership sessions and have an opportunity to be selected for the state competition in July of 2026 in Newcastle, Pennsylvania. Under collaborative, all of our elementary schools held some great school events since our last school board meeting. Southern Elementary hosted their annual multicultural art fair on February 26th. Also that evening, Friendship hosted their literacy night, and Shrewsbury hosted their multicultural night on March 5th. All the schools were packed with students and parents engaged in the many activities, and it was truly awesome to see the staff there as well. Seeing the representation of the staff from all the buildings, the administration, parents, students, even saw some board members. So they definitely all showed their commitment to the students, parents, and the buildings. A great job. And we also have a couple staff we want to acknowledge and congratulate for their proposals being approved by the SYCSD Foundation. Melissa Lanigan, Ashley Gonzalez, and Natalie Robar for interdisciplinary 3D printing and design initiative. Ashley Gonzalez, Marion Presley, Melissa Lanigan, and Andy Bloom for adaptive tools for students, special adaptive tools for student success. Beth Worley and Brady Poteet at the high school, the Junior Resident Challenge, which is a trauma simulation lab. And then Ryan Updike from the middle school for the Southern Middle School newsroom revamp. So congratulations, and we look forward to seeing these exciting programs in place for the 26-27 school year. Finally, upcoming events, only had one. Southern Middle School, they have their social studies showcase for families, which is Wednesday, April 15th and 16th. So let's have a great school board meeting, or not. Choice is yours.
Thank you. Moving on to 6.01, public comment. Just remember to come up, state your name and municipality of residence. And first, we have Val Dennis.
Good evening. My name is Val Brown Dennis, and I live in Shrewsbury Township. Artificial intelligence gives us those summaries today in case we don't want to read. So my summary is, number 1, please keep the free speech off-school campus policy as it is, and do not support a policy that adds more fear and stress to our teachers. Teaching and learning does not go well under stress or fear for teachers or for students. And number 2, please keep working on the school library policy. I was asked to be on a committee to create a new high school and also to create a new high school library from the concrete up. A company offered a package of all the books. I said no. Instead, I worked from 7 to 7 to choose each book, 13,000 books. And that seemed crazy when too many parents allowed their children and teens to play video games instead of doing their homework. I recently heard a parent say, "You don't have to bother doing your homework, they'll pass you anyway." But you know, reading and education are important. I chose each book anyway, because I believe that everyone should be literate and be educated in what it means to be an adult, and I believe that each one of those books would be supported by vetted professional reviews as I was trained, by age-appropriate, connected to curriculum, and to connect to our community. In no way did I ever choose gratuitous, violence, or sexually explicit materials, and I'm offended that this language is in this policy that was simply copied from wherever y'all found it. Librarians are not out to harm your children. Neither are teachers or parents. The hope is that we are all working together with as much civility as possible to prepare our children for being adults. It is important to take more time to think about the intentions of this school library policy and to respect our school librarians, students, and parents. Our enemy is not other people. Our enemy is hatred, violence, discrimination, and fear. Thich Nhat Hanh. One thing I see in my experiences over 35 years in education is misconceptions. I have often been a listener for parents, students, school board members, administrators, teachers, and school staff over time. I have seen enormous misconceptions based on a lack of experience or a lack of an attempt to understand others' experiences in education. This is why I so often mention that we do need to have more people speaking together in person. Ironically, there is often more agreement than not. And yet in these fragile times, it is challenging to move through the misconceptions and fears and blame and stress to a place of moving forward together for the sake of our students. I ask that we choose now to have as many conversations in person across all groups of education, and I know that is complicated. Parents, students, school board members, administrators, teachers, school staff, union, to have folks at the table. Our students do not benefit from the stress, fear, division, and complexity that we are collectively creating. Our students need us to work together as adults who care about them and their lives beyond high school. In response to potential edits on policy number 320, freedom of speech in non-school settings, I will say that the policy as it stands is sufficient regarding student discipline, accurate statements, and no threats. I beg you, and I have never used the word beg, to not elaborate on this policy. I once heard a person in this room say they would never become a teacher because they don't make any money. That was hard for me to hear, given my 30 years in teaching and the incredible amount of time and energy I put toward the constant professional development about teaching and learning. There is a severe teacher shortage in the U.S., and it's only getting worse. Our teachers are under pressure of salaries that are far lower than careers with similar amounts of education and debt. There is too much disregard and disrespect toward teachers and school staff from too many students, parents, and administrators across our country. Most haven't taught or forgotten the day-to-day work in the classroom. Teachers are under the stress of the mostly ignored amount of hours they spent outside the school workday, evenings and weekends. Teachers are under constant pressure of standardized testing from the state level and federal, and the technology skills required to complete these tests by their students, and the test result numbers that are too often directly tied to their work as a teacher without looking at all the contributing factors. Please keep the current policy. I will send an email on things I didn't get to say, and the conclusion of my original thoughts for tonight about women in education and society during Women's History Month. What have we learned about women? What do we choose to unlearn? Are we afraid of strong women? Are we afraid of weak men? Insecurity is deadly to men and to women. Please take a look at our schools and look at the images we see of men and women to inspire our girls to become strong, wise women. And most of all tonight, please don't threaten our teachers or librarians. We have work to do together. Creating fear and threats only serve to damage the work that needs to happen in education to benefit students and society. Thank you.
Next, we have Steph Musser.
Good evening, Steph Musser, Cadorus Township. Thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. Tonight, I would like to discuss the proposed library policy and the freedom of speech in non-school settings. First, I'd like to encourage the board to table these policies until they've accomplished their top priority, developing a solid budget and a multi-year plan for effectively and efficiently funding our schools. Second, I'd say that while posting these policies after the last school board meeting followed the letter of the Sunshine Act, it violates the spirit of it. When the board considered the visitation policy, they respected the social contract they have with the community and took this policy back for revisions over a period of several board meetings. and after considering feedback from taxpayers. Voting on these two policies tonight, after discussing public comment, isn't a sufficient review of opposing points of view. I assert that the library policy is a solution in search of a problem. With a few exceptions, most of our board members didn't grow up in this community, so they might not understand that there has long been a policy in place for families to opt out of library materials that they don't want their child to access. Pennsylvania was founded on principles of religious plurality, and Southern York County exemplifies that promise, embracing many faiths. I grew up with friends who were Mennonite and brethren who weren't allowed to read the same books as me or watch the same films. Our family always respected that and abided by their beliefs when they visited our home. At the ribbon-cutting ceremony for the renovated high school, I had the opportunity to speak with the high school librarian that was here in the 90s when I was a student. She explained that she helped many parents find suitable alternative books that met their beliefs. A simple phone call was all it took, and they worked together to find a solution. I encourage you to speak to our librarians and our administrators. There is a policy already in place to ensure age-appropriate and quality reading material is part of our curriculum, and there are accommodations for students whose parents object to a particular book. I urge you to strike the two-thirds majority of the board members from being able to override a decision on a book challenge. This puts too much power in the hands of the board over what our children can read and discuss in class. This should be a majority vote of the review committee. Second, I'm concerned about the book weeding policy will be an easy way to ban books that board members personally don't want on our shelves. At least a 3-month notification should be given to the public before books are retired with a clearly stated reason for retirement. And just as there is a mechanism for challenging a book in the library, there should also be a way for someone to challenge the retirement of a book. Moving on to freedom of speech in non-school settings. First, a point of fact. We live in a democratic republic. I learned this in Mr. Wingard's junior high American history class here at Susquehannock. I'm sorry if the word upsets certain people on the school board. I encourage them to look at the U.S. citizenship exam. It's a question on the test. The person that was complaining about this word and in the policy would have gotten that wrong. This policy has overly vague guidelines for what constitutes a disruption to the workplace or the classroom. Here's my concern. Rumors are circulating that prior to a teacher being doxxed on social media, he was the target of a group text from the wife of a school board member who was trying to have him fired on the basis of his sexual orientation. Is there a world where you use this policy to have a teacher fired for their sexual orientation because that's disruptive to the workplace? I challenge the school board directors to rewrite the policy to include themselves as well as the faculty that they're targeting. Some of our school board members don't hold themselves to the same standards that they would like to hold our teachers to. For example, one board member said on social media, discussing members of the LGBTQ community on a public Facebook page, that LGBTQ people were vipers, doomed to burn in hell. How would you feel if that board member approached your student in school without you there, and they were a member of the LGBTQ community? Another board member circulated a newsletter libeling 2 of his neighbors by name, and he went on a radio program and did it again. At least there he had the sense not to use their names. Even worse, last fall, your relationship with a social media influencer brought threats down on our school, making it less safe. Did you apologize to our students, teachers, faculty for your behavior? In conclusion, I encourage you to turn your attention to a balanced school budget and revisit these ill-guided policies. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Elizabeth Arpin.
Elizabeth Arpin, Shrewsbury Township. Good evening. I would like to offer my reflection on the recent presentation regarding technology in schools. While I acknowledge that there are aspects of the presentation that are difficult to dispute, particularly the importance of monitoring and minimizing technology use in classrooms, especially in lower elementary grades, I'm deeply concerned about how the potential dangers were presented, and I feel it is important to address those concerns. During the presentation opposing technology in schools, numerous data points were shared, but only some were accompanied by citations that would allow viewers to independently verify the information. Anyone with experience in academic research understands the importance of proper citation in maintaining the integrity of an argument. While we were told this was not fear-mongering, the repeated use of the word dangerous without providing accessible sources is, in itself, misleading and gives the impression that conclusions are being drawn for parents rather than allowing us to evaluate the evidence independently. To address gaps in the presentation, I took the time to research the study referenced regarding the impact of technology on white matter in children's brains. I located a 2019 cross-sectional study involving 47 healthy pre-kindergarten children. The findings indicated lower measures of microstructural organization and myelination in brain white matter tracts associated with language and emergent literacy skills, along with corresponding cognitive assessments. However, the study's conclusion clearly stated that these findings suggest a need for further research into the association between screen-based media use and the developing brain, particularly in early childhood. Additionally, I found a 2025 study that also focused on pre-kindergarten age children. Its key takeaway emphasized reducing passive screen time, replacing it with interactive and educational use, and increasing communication. Notably, I did not find studies examining older age groups, which is an important limitation to acknowledge. Furthermore, research on brain plasticity suggests that some negative effects may be reversible, meaning we can course correct by teaching appropriate technology use and by setting clear, developmentally appropriate boundaries. Although the presentation was framed as nonpartisan, it risks leaning in that direction when it relies heavily on a single self-published source that appears to lack peer-reviewed research supporting its claims about technology and education. As taught in introductory psychology, correlation does not equal causation. It is important to consider whether other contributing factors have been adequately explored. For example, are we examining whether increased academic standards are developmentally appropriate? Are we considering that some of the highest performing countries in math and reading emphasize slower paced instruction and mastery over rote memorization? Or that they maintain systemic coherence, ensuring consistency across schools regardless of geographic location? The challenges we face are complex and multifaceted. While technology should be closely monitored, we cannot ignore the broader context in which these issues exist. This raises concerns about the strength and balance of the evidence being presented. It risks shifting the pendulum too far in the opposite direction and undermining the consistency and quality of our children's education. Additionally, I would like to address previous comments regarding neurodiversity. For context, my professional work in education are centered on neurodiversity and executive functioning. I have conducted research in this area and work with parents to support their children's executive functioning challenges. While your personal experiences are valid, they should not be treated as a universal baseline for all neurodivergent individuals. Technology can serve as a valuable tool to support these students. Writing, for example, is a complex process that relies on multiple systems that are often underdeveloped in neurodivergent children. In my child's case, access to a laptop allowed her to engage with academic content when handwriting posed a barrier. Over time, this support was successfully faded, and it had no impact on her fine motor development, nor did it contribute to an addiction issue. We cannot ignore that we are living in a technological world, and that is not going to change. The question becomes, how do we prepare our students to be technologically literate and globally competitive in an ever-evolving world? This must be approached as a collective effort, one that invites collaboration amongst parents, educators, administrators, and subject matter experts. Together, we can develop a thoughtful, balanced framework that considers multiple perspectives and seeks meaningful solutions. Our decisions should not be driven by a single book or presentation, but a comprehensive and critical understanding of the issue. Our students and staff deserve thoughtful, evidence-based decision-making. Perhaps most importantly, this is an opportunity for us as adults to model respectful discourse, critical thinking, and collaboration, even when we disagree. The school board has the opportunity to lead by example in this regard, creating accountability for all adults and students within our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Mary Nace?
Mary Nace, Shrewsbury Borough. I'm going to say a lot of things, and I've heard a lot of people say things that seem scattered in response to the educational process here at Southern York. And I did watch the presentation by Mr. Wilson and Ms. Henkel on Tuesday. I can say that my children are not as educated wonderfully as I've heard, and I'm going to give you some examples why. The first thing I want to talk about is the last meeting I spoke in. It was said that one of the administrators sat down with 9th grade honors teachers and said that the kids were on their 5th, going on to their 6th book. I'm not going to say that was a lie, but it's definitely untrue. I have a daughter in that class, and they are on their 3rd book. They are reading the full text, but the honors English class has read Of Mice and Men, Frankenstein, and currently working on Much Ado About Nothing and in Act 4. Per the teacher, and I just emailed her, if they get to it, they will read Boys in the Boat or The Diary of Anne Frank. And they might read something, but it's highly unlikely after that. It was said also that the DC teachers were grading handwritten essays. That's not true either, because I asked my daughter if any of her essays were handwritten, and she said no, everything's done on their Chromebooks. She also told me about a lot of the, I'm going to call it shenanigans, in the classroom that go on a daily basis in this honors classroom. And what it does is it takes away from the other students' learning. I would think, now I'm not blaming the teacher for that, but I would think that if we have administrators that are sitting here saying they claim they know how many books are being read, and what's going on in the classroom, and they're in the classroom, in these honors classrooms, then they would know about these shenanigans and what's going on with teachers and the students, and that some of these students are making it impossible for other students to learn. I really do encourage parents to ask your children what actually goes on in classrooms. I think you're going to be very surprised. I'm going to speak because I listened to that presentation on something that happened to my son, and he was doing a quiz game that you're probably all familiar with, the students are all familiar with. He went over the quiz several times. I looked on the screen and asked him about that quiz. The quiz was the same questions that were on the test. I said to him, if you don't get 100 on this test, because all you do is need to memorize the answers, there's just no reason not to get the 100. I even told him that he would have no baseball and that he would be in trouble. And he studied those answers. He studied how the answers correlated with the questions. He didn't learn what the actual definition of the word was. His friends even made fun of him, and they told him that I was this terrible parent because I made him study, and that even I was abusive, which I think is kind of funny. He did get a 96 on the test, and then I went back and asked him what the definition of that word was, or several words on the test. He didn't know. You know, that's what I'm talking about in these Chromebooks. He didn't know what the answer was. He didn't know what it even meant, but he could memorize it because this is something they did in school. This is something he could go back over and over again. For that. I sit in an AP conference with him because I was told that long answer questions, which are LAQs and document-based questions, were very important for the AP class. And I thought the class would have several of these during the first semester, only to find out that they have only maybe 2 that are mostly samples. My sons didn't even get good grades on them. When I had the conference, I find out that spelling, grammar, sentence structure, organization of matter doesn't even, organization of thought doesn't matter. You're writing an essay for an AP and the whole writing process doesn't count. How do you express your ideas? Writing proper English should count in every subject. Math, cooking, it shouldn't matter. So that, that was some that I was very concerned about. His teachers are now working with him, and probably because I'm being very forthcoming. I just want the parents to know to ask your kids, and I believe that sometimes ignorance is bliss, and we're not really looking at what's kind of going on in the classrooms and around us. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Next, we have 6.02, board discussion and public comment. There were a couple things covered. I'm just going to recommend that anything policy related, we take that up in the policy section. The items related to the presentation from Tuesday, we don't really have any items on the agenda, so we could discuss that now if you'd like, or we could defer that to other business for education. What would you like to do, Mrs. Henkel?
I'm good with whatever anybody else wants to do.
So you're saying with regards to the policies, you don't want us to discuss that now?
Well, if there was public comment related to the policies that you want to discuss, I figure we can bring that into the policy section. So if you don't have any comments, that's fine, but if you have comments that are responsive.
I have comments in response to
Okay.
the policy.
Yeah, and if you want to bring them up, if you want to bring them up now, you can, but we can also defer them until the policy section where they can kind of fit into a more complete discussion potentially of those
I'll
policies.
follow your lead.
Okay. And then as far as the discussion of the presentation on tech, do you want to take that up during education?
That's fine.
Under other business? Okay.
All right, so are you allowing for other discussion?
Yeah. So if it doesn't fit anywhere else.
I'm going to do something different. Mrs. Green, I don't think I've ever asked you to come in on something that was public comment, but I didn't want to put the cart before the horse. I assume, and I haven't done my homework, when one of the public commenters was saying that we need to focus on the budget and that we needed to do that before we took up other policies, we're on track for our budget, and we're following the exact same cycle that we always have when it comes to making a school budget, correct?
Yes.
Right, so that we've not deviated in any way?
No.
Okay, all right, just clearing that up.
Okay. Any other? All right, in that case, moving on to item 7. A couple board members did mention to me that there were items that they'd like to pull out of consent, so I'll just take a moment and ask for what those items would be.
Yeah, can you pull 7.11?
7.11, okay, we'll just pull that one out for
That was mine
consideration.
too. That was mine too.
Okay,
Still your thunder.
And,
anything else?
President, could you also pull 7.12, and if possible, we could address that during the Buildings and Grounds section?
Okay, we'll have 7.12 be our first item for buildings and grounds, and then we'll go ahead and take up 7.11 after the rest of the consent agenda. So this makes it easy that they were the last 2 items on there. I'll entertain a motion to approve items 7.01 through 7.10 of the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Motion and a second. Any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, that motion carries. All right, and then I'll entertain a motion to approve item 7.11.
So moved.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, motion and a second. It sounds like there'll probably be some discussion. Does anyone want to lead off?
I just had several questions about it. It's an app that teachers use. 375 employees have the potential to be able to use it. It covers it. It's an annual cost of $5,445. Is it used in the classroom with students in the classroom?
It could potentially be used as background music, so we have to be cautious because most of it is instrumental. We have to be cautious of using a subscription of your own in public with students because it doesn't fall under that category. If you're asking, do I know the actual number of where it might be utilized in a classroom versus
Of course not.
on the way to work, I wouldn't have that data.
I want the exact numbers.
So,
Is there a potential that any content other than background music is being used in class?
I guess there would always be the potential of that. Have I seen that myself? No.
Because one of the things that the Calm does include with subscriptions is the Calm curriculum that is specifically targeted towards teachers and K-12 students. There's 30 days of mindfulness in the classroom, age-specific lessons, daily exercises. There is spoken word as well as music tracks associated with that curriculum. I'm a little concerned about that, because I don't think we vetted this based on any sort of
Curriculum.
curriculum.
Well, let me tell you the origination. So the origination of it was based on our wellness committee, and when we went through the process of our last contract negotiations, it was a part of healthcare and what can we as a district do to help support our staff. And one of the ideas came up was a subscription to an app that would primarily be used as background music, and was recommended by our teachers. It was not recommended for student curriculum, nor is it a part of our curriculum. But the question was, could something else be utilized in a classroom? Potentially, just if the teacher has a subscription, it could potentially, the music could potentially be played on the computer.
Yeah, I would say I don't have great concerns with the app. I've used the free version of it. How I've had to start looking at these things in light of our budget situation is the cost of it. I mean, it doesn't sound like a lot of money, but based on the median homes contribution to our school taxes, it'd be roughly 1.5 homes worth of school taxes on an annual basis. And so the question I think we have to ask is, are we getting, if 1.5 senior citizen homes are paying taxes to pay for this app, are we getting that type of value out of it? That's really the question, I think, that is percolating in my mind.
Yeah, and I misspoke. It's a 2-year agreement, and so that's $10,890.
Yeah,
So
which I calculated based on the 5 and change, so.
That taxes are paid annually, so.
So that number would still
Yeah.
hold.
That was my question about it. I'm not against the app itself. It's fine. I use a sound machine when I sleep, but do you really need to have a Calm app to play instrumental music in a classroom? Is the value there for it? That was my only question.
I guess another issue for me is if an organization provides a benefit, it's nice if that benefit is actually a benefit to at least a majority of the organization. Now, some benefits like insurance, you say, oh, well, that only benefits a few people. No, everybody benefits from insurance by mitigating their risk. Whereas something like this, you either use it or you don't, and if you don't, there's zero chance you benefit from it. And the numbers here, it's not completely insignificant, but it is well under half of employees are using it. So the other half of the employees get zero benefit from the money we're spending on this. So that's another thing is, although, it would be a small, I guess, could we look at using the money for something that everyone would use? Or something that would truly benefit every employee?
Everyone could use some extra dollars.
Yeah, you can always make it part of just a little bit of additional raise, or find something that at least a majority of employees would benefit from.
If we weren't in a budget, the standpoint that we are, I wouldn't question it too much, but we're needing to pinch the pennies to take care of the dollars here, and I think this is one of those things. I'm not against it by any means, but is there a way that we can maybe table it and get some responses from people that actually use it and say, hey, is there a free something out there you can use, or what in place of us paying for this thing? Is that possible?
Well, how long is the current contract that we have good for? Like, when does it expire?
I believe it's May
Apparently May
1st.
1st.
Okay. So in that case, I suppose we could table it till April. I'm open to that. I'm kind of inclined to just, it seems like.
Small enough decision to just make tonight, maybe?
That's where I lean, but I'm open to it. You can certainly make a motion to table and we can see where that goes, but.
I don't want to say, let's get rid of it, and then people are like, no, I really like that really helps me. I don't want to do that, but
So everybody,
benefit
so if I could add,
benefit and take.
there are people that are gonna say they really like it, they really use it.
Yeah.
That
If
is
there's
for
no,
sure.
if there's one person, okay, if there's 100, they're like, I use that every day and it helps me sleep. Okay, all right, then it's worth it. in
What
my
about
opinion.
50?
Then we'll flip a coin, I don't know.
You know what I'm saying? Honestly, we put it up here because we feel like we've had utilization in it. Understanding the budget crisis we're in, I also recognize it's not gonna make or break the environment or the production of the organization. So it's either we're doing it or not doing it, and like, there's no necessarily study we're gonna do, and I don't think you want to be paying me to do a survey of staff on their use, like,
Right.
at some point, we gotta make a decision, that's just my opinion.
Yeah, so Dr. Bryson, personal wellness was the original primary use case, okay? Then I would argue that, maybe it's been since this was approved, but, I mean, a lot of this stuff's available on YouTube. I listen to Trains in the Rain every night.
Sure.
There is that.
So maybe that's changed.
There is that, and I would also like to reclaim the narrative that we're penny pinching just because times are lean. I mean, it's our duty to be fiscally responsible in times of plenty, too, so.
Could I call the question?
Sure. Did you want to make a motion to table? No? Okay. All right.
Doesn't seem popular.
All right, well then, should we just do we want to do a roll call vote? I don't
Might
know.
be wise.
Not
in
everyone
this-
spoke, so.
In this situation, yeah.
All right.
So voting for it is,
Yeah, so if I'm correct, I think you're an A.
well, no, I know what I'm doing.
Yeah.
I just wanted to.
I'm sorry, which one's a yet?
Nay would mean, we wouldn't.
Getting rid of it. Okay, got you. Just making sure.
Yeah, there's not a motion to not do it, even though that seems
Right.
to be the way a lot of people are leaning. All right.
Okay. William Hall,
Nay.
Mary Lee Hall,
Yes.
Samantha Hall,
Nay.
Jeremy Hesh,
Nay.
Jen Henkel,
Nay.
Nathan Henkel,
Nay.
Lisa Stoller,
Nay.
Joe Wilson,
Nay.
and Jason Decker.
Nay.
8 to 1, right? Yep.
So just as a reminder, 7.12, we're moving to buildings and grounds. So that brings us to item 8. We have our committee report for education. I'll turn it over to Mrs. Henkel.
All right, 8.01 is quick data for high reliability schools, HRS. Dr. Ruppert, do you have anything to report on this?
Thank you, Ms. Henkel. This is just a update on level 2.4 that you have in the agenda under executive content.
All righty, 8.02, review of the special education plan. We are not voting on this. It is information only. Dr. Ruppert, what do you have for us?
This evening, Dr. Rogers is just going to give an update on the special education plan. It's introduced this month. It's going to be visible for parents to view, and then at the April board meeting, come back to approve it. But Dr. Rogers has a few slides just to kind of give an overview to the board of what's included within it. Dr. Rogers?
Hi, good evening, Southern family. So every 3 years, the district must develop and submit a special education plan to the Pennsylvania Department of Education. This plan is part of our overall comprehensive plan, and that the cycle that we go through with that as well too. So part of this plan is reporting on the current status of our programs and how we are meeting compliance regulations for special education. The first thing we report upon is the students that we serve. Currently, as of our December 1st child count, so an official count we have, We have 551 students out of a total of 2,809 students that we reported at that point in time. So that puts us right around about 19.6% of our student population is special education students. So that affects quite a bit of students within our schools. That is below state average as far as the percentage is concerned, but it is a significant amount of students that we do have that have special education needs. With that, we also report, you'll see on the left-hand side is our percentage, and the right-hand side is the percentage of special education students based on different disabilities. We note that, want to kind of point out a little bit about where we are with, as compared to state averages for some students, and we can see that we have a higher need in emotional support areas. We also have a higher need in, as compared to the state, when it comes to some of our speech and language impairment students as well too. And so, but that, just to kind of give you a sense of where our students lie with different disability categories we have. Anytime you see a blank or a line, if you will, within that, that means we don't have enough students in that particular category to be able to have a data to report to those within that. Doesn't mean we don't have those particular students in our buildings, but we don't have enough to be reportable.
Excuse me, what's the right column then?
So the right column is the state average.
State average,
Yes,
got it,
it's
okay.
the Pennsylvania state average. Sure, absolutely. All right. In that. We also report about our educational environment. This is something that we take a lot of pride in within that. You can see on the first bar graph that we have here, the green would be our averages and blue is the state averages within that. So we are at 79.5% of our students, so 80% or more of our special, spend 80% or more of their day in the regular education environment. That's something that's is heavily looked upon and heavily regulated and within compliance. So we take a lot of pride in the inclusive environments that we create within our buildings, where almost 80% of our students are spending 80% or more of their day in there. You also take a note that we continuously have lower and lower percentages of students in other settings. So that is where students that are out of district and not being served within our district within that. So it's been within that. And that the reason for that is that we host our own autistic support programs. And we've begun that quite a few years, and next year we're actually going to embark on opening up a classroom to serve some of our student population at the middle school as well too. So we're continuously being able to host more and more of our students within our own district. And that includes in specialized programs in emotional support and life skills support. And you'll see later on in the agenda, we'll be talking a little bit about our intent for multiple disabilities as well too at the elementary level. As far as other settings are concerned, we partner with 6 private schools within the area. We also partner with 2 neighboring school districts to provide some support for our schools. And then we have a long-standing partnership with the Lincoln Intermediate Unit that where our students currently that are attending any of those programs are primarily in center-based programs that the LIU operates as well. All right. Aside from talking about the educational environments, we also have to report about the facilities. I'm happy to report we have over 35 designated or shared classroom spaces for instruction for our special education students. And each and every one of them is meeting or exceeding facility requirements. So we thank our building administrators and especially Randy and his crew for all the facilities that we have within that. We have we're meeting all compliance regulations when it comes to our facilities as well too. Aside from reporting on different on ways that we are meeting different indicators, different regulations within the special education plans, we also need to talk a little bit and and take notes and different areas of focused areas for continuous learning. So these are requirements of all special education plans, where we need to talk about how we are meeting the needs of our students with autism, how we're creating positive behavior supports in our classrooms. We have a school board policy for those. We need to talk about how we're doing paraprofessional growth, secondary transition, the science of literacy, that's part of our HRS stuff that we're doing with the curriculum side of things, parent training, and IEP development. If you remember, we had the school board just approve some additional trainings that are available in our Vector Solutions software that we have that allows for some parent training as well too. And that we were advocating for based on parent feedback that we received, that they want to have on-the-spot training rather than waiting for 6 months to when a training is occurring from some of our partners that provide training so far. We wanted to have a little bit more on the spot. Students are identified as special education throughout the whole entire school year, not just at one time frame. So introducing what it means to be a parent of a special needs student and all the different laws and regulations and everything. A parent can now access that information at any time just by logging on to our website and those trainings within that. And that includes then too, the last part of it, which is the biggest part, is the individual education plans that kids have, or IEP development. So we also have some areas of emphasis that we are doing as well too. So because we are continuously growing our autism programs within our buildings, autism is a big area of growth for us. Transition is another one, and transition planning for students that are at 14 years or older in the secondary level. What are they going to do once they, and how are they going to be successful in what they would like to do post-secondary? And as I already mentioned before, our other area of focus was the parent training opportunities.
All right, does anybody have any questions for Dr. Rogers? Thank you so much for that.
Sure, thank you all.
All righty, that takes us to 8.03, which is an agreement and associated quote from the Parent Square Communications Platform. Dr. Reppert, do you have anything to add to this one?
Yes, this is just a follow-up from the presentation last month from Dr. Hughes, Mr. Hunt, as well as Mrs. Iwanowitz. This is the 5-year contract, well, starting with the onboarding fee of $750, then the 5-year contract for the Parent Square. I did want to note that it did come up in board discussion about the virtual option. They were not able to write that into this specific contract, but if the district were to decide to add the virtual voice component sometime during next year, they would prorate at some point during the school year. Our recommendation from the administration is do the onboarding, let's get our staff trained, get our parents trained in utilizing it. So we really understand how to use this communication platform. Then if there's that component of the district making the decision somewhere next year or beyond of that voice component, they will be able to prorate at that point.
Yeah, and I think that was really the question from the board is if we decided to bring this in mid-year, would we be able to get it prorated?
Yes.
So thank you for getting that information.
Yeah, I like the cost certainty on this. I like that we have 5 years with, very reasonable increases to cost. That gives me a warm fuzzy. The one thing on the virtual, is there a potential that the $1.25 would increase over time? Do you have to know that, Dr. Reppert?
That I'm unaware of, Dr. Hughes.
Yeah, I don't think we're locked in.
Well, we're not locked in right now, but that's something I think once we get into a position of signing.
Yeah, as a
contract, we would
sweetener, if
have
we could
that.
get them to, maybe provide some certainty around that, that'd be nice. I think it's a great tool.
Yeah, when we talked about bringing on the virtual, let's see if we can get some price certainty. Is that basically what you'd like to see?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right,
Go
sorry,
ahead. I was just going to say, if we have 5 years of certainty on the base, then 5 years of certainty on the virtual is.
So you want more warm and fuzzies?
More, always more.
Oh, yeah. We need all the warm and fuzzies we can get, my friend.
Understandable.
Well, and I know that we just made a decision based on $10,000 and that this on a yearly basis is exceeding that. However, this gives us, this coalesces our communication, including sports and all of those things, and it really gives us a greater level of protection for our students. So I
Liability.
think that is really worth pointing out, that this is a safety rail for our students. And our teachers.
It's an
really,
excellent
ultimately.
point, and it's the sort of thing that benefits the entire district. Everybody's going to be using this.
Yeah, Mr. Hall, not only is it a good point, but you just validated the prior decision that the board just made with the Calm software, because you think about the cost of that and the perceived value delivered by that compared to all of the things that this does and the cost of this.
With the board pursuing even the option that originally you guys weren't coming to us asking, for my part, I like the virtual phone. I see the added benefit. I think it'd be a wonderful thing for our teachers. So, yeah. All right, I'll go ahead and move to approve a 5-year agreement and associated quote for the Parent Square Communications Platform for Southern York County School District for the following costs. May I have a second?
Second.
And let me go ahead and say the way that this one is, because it's year 1 through 6, so it's $750 onboarding fee for year 25-26. Then 26 to 27 is $12,150. Following year is $12,501. Following year is $12,879. Following year after that is $13,257, and then $13,662. And then we're being quoted, the virtual phone to be added is $1.25 a student. So that's kind of what the prorated is. Does anybody have any questions or any discussion
I
points?
just have a couple follow-up from the last board discussion. I don't remember when we said we were rolling this out. Did we speak to that?
We would start the onboarding with internally through the beginning of this, through the end of this year, and then it will be rolling out for next school year.
Okay. One thing that is conditional for my yes is we had talked about being able to look at the customized configuration, because there were some things that came up with messaging and privacy and all of that, and they were custom configurations. I guess we called them the rules. And if this is going to be done by the end of this year, I just want to make a note that that was something that we had requested, and I really, really support. And then the second thing is we had talked about adding to a policy, just because there's some communication there inherent with, staff and so forth. And so I don't remember if I gave a recommendation on what that would be, but 317 and 317.1, I would like to see on the next policy cycle, so that we could look at that in light of this.
In that policy cycle, that would be able to be accomplished before the beginning of the next school year.
Because it would be in April, we would get our distribution.
Okay.
Well, can you say that again? We don't have a policy cycle.
Oh, I thought we were doing,
Not that I'm aware.
April to June?
We did that special last year. I'm not sure we were prepared. So if we want to do that, we're not prepared for that.
Okay.
We thought our next policy cycle was August, September, and October.
We can do a light one, April to June. Does that work? Just,
so I thought that was going to be our standard moving forward. So forgive me if I didn't do that, and I can see that was,
I don't
understand
think
because
that
we had the
Bob Leonard and
backlog.
I felt that way, so yeah.
Right. And in the context of the conversation was, we had a backlog, and so we were trying to make it so that we weren't doing 40 policies on one cycle. So I totally see how that got, but I would, if we can, have one for April.
Yeah, I mean, we can try, but depending on these policies, we're probably not going to be able to use the template from PSBA. We're going to have, so then they're going to have to be legal reviewed. So to get that by April 16th is going to be I mean, we can try, but
Wouldn't April be the distribution, though?
But we have to be done. I mean, we have to be done in order to distribute to you to read.
Oh, right, to be able to have the revision to it.
Is there a reason we can't start it in May?
May, June, August?
That gets it done before the school year.
That work?
Yeah, I think we can do that. I'm just saying, I have concerns about being able to pull it off by.
For April, but would you feel more comfortable with the May, June, August?
Would May, if it was starting in May, would that be?
If we do May, June, August, let's keep it to these.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, let us
Yeah.
not add
Yeah.
on, then
Yeah.
we're in trouble.
Well, I think sorry, I
No,
think
you're
that the purpose is to have a policy to back up the implementation of this. Is that fair?
Correct.
Yeah. We're not trying to branch out into. a
No,
bunch of
no,
other
no,
things.
right.
So May, June, August for just 317 and 317.1, just so we're all on the same page. Okay, all right, so we'll take a look at that.
Thank you.
Anybody else?
Yeah, Mrs. Henkel, we motioned and seconded this before the costs were mentioned. The costs are structurally part of the motion. Just out of abundance of caution, could we motion and second again so that the costs are, not that you have to read it again, but you've read.
Yeah, I mean, you can even refer to as seen in the agenda. You don't
Okay.
have to say things.
Okay.
But I mean, we can do that if
No,
that's your
if
comfort
it's not
level.
necessary, we don't have to do that. I was just.
Okay. President Hinkle?
No, it's fine. You can say as presented because this is all publicly available, so anyone could read
Thank you,
it.
good catch, though. All righty, voting, any nays or abstentions? All right, that motion carries. 8.04, information regarding the transfer of entity agreement for MDS Classroom. Dr. Ruppert.
Thank you, Mrs. Henkel, to the board directors. This is information only, just regarding the district to initiate the transfer of entity with the Lincoln Intermediate Unit for the MDS multidisciplinary program at Shrewsbury Elementary.
Thank you. 8.05, PSSA testing schedule for spring 2026. That's there public for your perusal. The whole schedule is included. 8.06, report on spring 2026 parent-teacher conferences, also public information. But Dr. Ruppert, do you have anything to highlight, honestly, for either of them?
Yeah, just a couple things there. We have the conferences broken down by building, those that are in our Lincoln Edge program, those students that were in person. The one thing that I did see and notice with it is an increase of the parent-teacher conferences, but more importantly, an increase of in-person compared to the virtual from last year at this time. So, maybe it's just a little better thing of parents wanting to get in to see the teachers. But the numbers have definitely increased across the board when you're looking at the total number of parent-teacher conferences.
That's incredible. Thank you for highlighting that. More parent involvement is always a good thing, so thank you. Alrighty, 8.07, speakers approved through the vetting process. Because none of these are a cost to the district, we don't have to vote on it. It's just public information. But I did want to highlight one of the speakers, Ms. Camille Marsteller Hunt. I hope I didn't butcher that. So her presentation that she's going to be giving to students is about her career. She's an artist, and she does pet portraits. Custom portraits. She paints anywhere between 10 and 30 custom portraits a week.
Wow.
Which, wow, that's churning out some production there. But more than just the creative nature of what she does, she'll do portraits for pets that are alive, and then she memorializes pets that have sadly passed away, which I can totally see a market for that. She also highlights, when she's asked, what she likes the most is the creative process, being able to have a job and a career in her trade. But when she was asked what is the most challenging, and this is what I really love for students to be able to hear, she talks about how more people would be doing this line of work if it was easy. Only part of her success in the field is based on her artistic talent. The other half requires strong self-discipline, perseverance, time management, professionalism, that whole owning your own business aspect to it. And I really liked the idea that students get to see, we're friends with a bunch of contractors too, and it's time management, it's the skills of being able to own your own business. It's all of it. It's not just I like doing a thing, but it's the business behind it. I thought that was super cool that she's emphasizing that to children. So yeah, looking forward to hearing those presentations. Anybody have any questions about that? All righty. Brings us to 8.08, Stage 1 Curriculum Maps as District-Wide Master Maps. Dr. Ruppert, Dr. Hughes.
Just for the board, we have 8 additional maps between the physics, libraries 4, 5, health from K3, 4, 6, the the weight training 2, but more importantly, the middle school conditioning and, or the strength and conditioning, which is a new course that they're offering as part of their elective cycle, followed by the photo one, which is up at the high school. So teachers are doing an amazing job of kind of keeping up with the curriculum. I know Dr. Hughes and her team are the ones that are going through and reviewing them, and thank you, Mrs. Henkel and Mr. Wilson, for reviewing them as well.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and move it to the table. Motion to approve the following Stage 1 curriculum maps as district-wide master maps. And you can refer to the agenda for all those subject matters. May I have a second?
Second.
All right, if anybody has any questions, Dr. Hughes is your person. Anybody have any comments or questions? All right, any nays or abstentions? That motion carries. That brings us to 8.09, an update from the AI Committee. Dr. Ruppert.
Thank you, Mrs. Henkel. Dr. Hughes will give an update. I know Mr. Wilson was also, and Mr. Henkel were at the last one. You were virtual. I will just give an update on what occurred at the last AI committee meeting.
So at our last meeting, we have no new apps this month, but what we did do is that we started going over our AI handbook that we are putting together, and we shared that with the committee, and the committee is looking at that through this next month. They'll come back in our May board meeting, or our May AI meeting, and give us information about any changes or updates that they would like to do with that. We also went through information about the AI stoplight that we were looking at for each of the classrooms, and the high school teachers started sharing out a little bit about what they're seeing. They've been looking at in their classrooms what would be a red assignment, what would be a yellow assignment, and what would be a green assignment. Finding a lot of it falls in the either red or yellow right now, so we're having a lot of conversations in our different content areas to talk through that. So we're continuing to move forward, and we had our first teacher Google Gemini training yesterday with our staff at Shrewsbury, and it was pretty amazing watching all of the great things that they were producing and how they were interacting with the AI and really looking at how it can help them to develop standards-based lessons. So we did a whole training on using it for standards-based. And one of the things that was really neat to see about it is that the teacher was the driver. They were going through their curriculum maps and identifying the standard. They identified the understanding, the long-term transfer goal, the essential question knowledge and skills. So they picked all of those pieces. And then the actual AI helped them put it into our lesson planning template. And there were some different activities and things that we did to look at how do you increase the differentiation in pieces in your classroom. So we were really working together and having a lot of conversation. Also, we looked very specifically to see where were errors. Because we have come up with an acronym as a district that we're looking at, and it's called EVERY, and it really helps us hone in on making sure that everything that we produce is accurate, and that we're able to see that the information has valid sources behind it. So it was a really engaging day. I really enjoyed. Our teachers are phenomenal, and the things that they were doing yesterday, I just want to once again thank our teachers for all the hard work that they do every single day. And it was really great to be with them yesterday, kind of going through this and learning together.
And Dr. Hughes, I'm going to ask you the same question that I ask you every time. From the AI committee, has any app or any platform been added to in classrooms that we would consider or is considered generative AI?
No.
So we are still at 0.
Yes.
All righty, thank you so much. Actually, I want to ask one more question, but not Dr. Hughes, you can sit down. I know it's tiring getting up there at the podium. I would like if, Mr. Henkel, if you could, in your professional world, highlight for everybody an incident that you had with AI and how it can go horrifically wrong, just so viewers at home can see the lovely little anecdote.
Yeah, I've got two. I do a lot of programming in my day job, and AI is quite impressive in that area. It definitely has the potential to do a lot of kind of more mundane programming tasks, UI development. It can be hard to cajole it to actually fix certain problems that it produces, and sometimes you have to go in and fix them yourself. But you have to be very careful using it, and you have to have you really have to have good critical thinking skills to recognize where its problems are coming in and recognize when it's going wrong and how it's going wrong. And basically what happened was that the AI, I was talking to it about some code that I had written, and it came back and said, you know, there's this function is a clever way of handling parallelism, but it potentially might insert the first row of the data twice. And I thought to myself, no, I know it doesn't do that. I've used this function thousands of times. And what's more, I know why it doesn't do that because I wrote it. So I said, are you sure about that? Because on line 399, it sets the pointer of which row to insert to the first row. It inserts the first row, and then on line 399, it sets the pointer to the second row. And the AI came back and said, yep, you're right. It does explicitly set the value to the second row, and you even have a comment there explaining what you're doing. And I said, well, how did you miss that? And it said, well, I was just looking at the file at a high level, and you know, I missed that. And I was like, so you were skimming? And it said, yeah, basically. I was skimming the file. And I'll be more careful in the future. But what's interesting about it is it was doing one, it's a little surprising that it's skimming because can't it read really fast? But two, it was doing a bad job of skimming because in my code I actually have relatively few comments because I only comment on things that really are important and that a person who can't read code, or you know, a person who can read code doesn't need most of the code commented. I comment where it might actually mislead them. And a trained programmer reading it would come to that and say, there's a comment here, let me read it because it's probably important because there aren't a whole lot of comments in here. But it didn't do that. And it was even explicit about what it did. The other thing and this is actually probably even worse, is I asked AI for a quote on a particular subject. And it came back with a quote that it attributed to a particular individual. And I asked it where I could find that quote. And it gave me a reference. It said it's in the following document. So I went and found that document. And I looked through it and couldn't find the quote anywhere. Well, okay, this particular quote would have been translated from Latin. So maybe it's a different translation. I'm looking through it, I'm not finding anything that looks like what the AI is claiming is in here. So I said, okay, I gave it the link. I said, here's a link to that. Find that quote in here, or find where that quote occurs in this. And it actually came back and it gave me some of the context that was from the actual article in the link, and then it inserted the quote that it had made up into the context and basically pretended that it was there. And so I went back and said, that is not there. If you go to that link, that text is not in that place. And then finally it came out with, well, what I was actually giving you was a synthesis of this author's thought. That is, you know, that might be found in books that kind of give a summary of the author's thinking. And so I was like, well, that's definitely not a quote from the author. So I had to corner it to get it to essentially admit that it was making things up. I don't know why it does that. It's possible that it's actually learning that from a lot of the corpus of text, and it's learning to defend itself dishonestly, potentially from the corpus of text that it's processing. So these are things that our students need to be very, very aware of. Because it's very easy to say, oh, it gave me the source. I'll just put that in my sources and I'm done. Nope. So, anyway.
Thank you so much for
I
that.
catch
Yeah.
little math mistakes all the time.
Oh, yeah, it's not very good at math.
All the time.
So moral of the story, lazy,
Oh,
lobbyist
math.
AI.
Math.
Math.
Oh, Matt?
Yeah.
Oh, they said Matt.
All righty, 8.10. Now, this one is interesting. I'm going to go ahead and put it on the table, and then we can have discussion. I move to approve an attorney-client contingent fee agreement with France Law Group, APLC, Dillon McCandless, King Coulter and Graham, LLP, and Levin Legal Group, PC, for legal services in connection with pursuing claims for damages associated with social media litigation. Dr. Reppert, that's all yours.
Dr. Bryson, coming right over to you.
Hot potato.
That was nice.
You knew it was coming.
Actually,
Buck stops here.
pause.
I will stop, I will attempt
We don't
to summarize
have a motion.
this.
Yeah, pause for 1 second. I got ahead of
Go
myself
ahead.
because I'm so intimidated by this one. May I have a second?
Second.
There we go. Now you go, Dr. Bryson.
So I will just say this is neither a recommendation or denial recommendation from administration. This is simply, this is litigation that's out there being presented to most districts to decide whether they would like to partake in said litigation or not. And the general summary is, it's a class action suit against various social media companies, including but not limited, your big players, Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, for damages done to students that then require or have required additional funding for mental health needs, social workers, et cetera, within schools. So it is already in motion. So I would just say that the timing is somewhat important. If you so choose to partake, I would not be waiting months, only because the litigation is in motion. And once they would sit down at the table to begin settlement, they will more than likely cut off any additional districts that choose to be a part of the lawsuit. There is a brief from Saxton and Stump that is provided in there, and basically the brief is what risk is there to the district. There is not a financial risk. We are not paying any of the bill for the multi-attorney group that is involved in the litigation. However, we probably would be requested to produce numbers of mental health, potentially numbers of mental health employees, social workers, those types of things at different points of time. Let's say 2018, where were you? 2022, where were you? Where are you now with the number of mental health employees that you might employ, that type of thing. So it would be a data collection on administration, but beyond that, there's not a financial risk. And obviously, there is a potential financial benefit if, in fact, that suit goes through and these companies decide to settle or go to court over time.
Is this worth it?
You asking me personally?
Nope.
Me personally, I see little risk in joining the suit. It is simply a philosophical one. If you believe as a district or as a board member that social media has contributed to the mental health epidemic and that our district has increased our services as either an indirect or direct result, then you would vote yes. If there was a risk in money, this probably is not going before all school districts because you'd be spending a lot of money to
Okay, I guess the better question is it worth the data collection? Like, how
I don't think
expensive is that?
we are not overly concerned about the data collection. If I was the city of Philadelphia, I might push it a little harder because of the potential windfall on that. It's enormous. but their data collection would be enormous on that too, whereas ours is pretty limited. So I don't have any reservation from an administrative perspective that we'll be able to produce what they're looking for and not spend taxpayer money on that.
Mr. Hash, if we get $10,000 out of this thing, we could bring back Calm.
There you go, now you're talking.
I'm all in now.
Now I support it
Yeah.
as well.
I was a no, but now we're a yes.
Now, so I think it's little risk with the potential of a reward. And how big would that be? There's a lot of districts that are already on board with it. So it's just a matter of how much they want to settle. And apparently there is a case, if you read this, the one is like 300 pages worth of litigation. Apparently they filed suit on a smaller scale. It is why these attorneys got together and said, well, if you're going to do an agreement there, then we're going to bring districts together to say we have a legitimate case as well.
I think that it's, I mean, for my part, I'll speak for myself, it's undeniable that social media has caused harm to students. And then I want to reiterate just one more time, the district is not liable financially. And what we would be needing to prove is harm via data that we supply that it has cost the district with services that we've had to provide for students, mediation that way. And so you believe that the data that you would have to give to them is not burdensome to the district or the people that we would be requiring to provide that.
Agreed.
Okay.
So is it as simple, there's no financial risk? If you think there's damage there, you're a yay. If you don't think there's damage there, you're a nay.
And it's as clean as if any guidance counselor in our district has had to provide an ounce of time or energy to solve things that
Problems
have
that
happened
came up because of social
online
media.
between students saying things online, TikTok, whatever platform, their salary has contributed, and that they don't have unlimited time. So, I mean, there's your case. And I think we know. I don't even need to ask anybody. That's happened. So,
How many times today?
right, right.
I mean, legitimately.
There's an answer.
Legitimately.
Yeah. No, I just want to point out that I find it ironic this is here today, but Tuesday presentation, the anxious generation was literally focused on the harms that is being done to children through social media. And if you're a parent of young children, you got to really think hard about this and protect your kids from it when they're especially, teens.
I'd like to see laws to protect them,
Well,
like we have laws to protect them from cigarettes.
Australia passed a law editing 16 and up only for any social media.
And it's scary to a level that sometimes as adults we don't process. I know we all are educated on algorithms and how, these platforms are pretty insidious with their algorithms, but I mean, I'm learning new things every day. For instance, I didn't know, and this is really shocking as a mom with daughters, that some of these platforms, when you delete a photo, a selfie on one of these platforms, they attribute that in their algorithm as, okay, you've deleted a selfie. That must mean that you're struggling with your self-image. And then suddenly, your child starts getting pop-up ads on, Facebook or TikTok to lose weight or to have cosmetic surgery. I didn't realize that algorithms actually include deleting selfies and then being able to market to people that have poor self-esteem or even just normal self-esteem. You didn't like the way you looked in that photo. Right, I didn't know that.
Yeah, because AI has put the algorithms on steroids.
Right, that is so disconcerting. So, any more discussion? All right, any nays or abstentions? That motion carries. Takes us to 8.11, and President Hinkle had already mentioned earlier that for new business, anybody that would like to have any comments about public comment that had to do with education or the presentation for the committee meeting, the floor is yours.
I just had a couple, when looking at some of the studies that demonstrate the harm, in particular the stunting of white matter growth. I'll just say the phrase "further research is needed" is one that I see in almost every study I read. So, yes, that means that if you're having to make a tough decision, one where both sides of the decision are really, really, really difficult, that could give you pause, that they're not, that, okay, maybe I do need to wait and get further research, especially if this is something I can wait on. If it's something that's not, where there's not urgency to act, maybe I wait for some of that further research. The other phrase was maybe reversible. But when I think about something that it looks like it's damaging children, further research is needed, and also it may be reversible, that's not good enough for me. It may be damaging children. Oh, but it may be reversible. No. Even if it is reversible, we should still consider not doing it because it's bad for them. So overeating is reversible, but it's still not a good thing to do. It's not as bad as some things that are not reversible, but let's try not to overeat, and so let's try to make sure that our screen diet is at a healthy level, which is pretty low for the very young children. That's all I had on.
I literally had the same ones. I have written down that white matter brain damage due to screens is potentially reversible is not an argument for something. And that pointing out that younger children are particularly susceptible, not an argument for something. Yeah, no. And I would be happy to provide all of the data that, well, I can't provide all the data I've collected because I actually emailed the board most of what the research was, and I narrowed it down to 27 links. Is that what it was? That wasn't just what we were using, but 27 links I thought gave you a fair amount of evidence to support it.
Yeah, and the white matter images in that conversation, that was the part that was shared with us by our by our teachers. So it was really grateful to get that from them too.
Yes.
It was referenced, many times throughout public comment, and I would say that we spend a lot of time on this in the education meetings. So people who are listening didn't have the opportunity to see that. I would encourage them to go back and look at it because there was a broad spectrum presented by both our education chair and by our administration. So I would encourage to go back and really, we could not, it took hours to get to that. We're not going to do that in a few minutes tonight. So I would encourage going back and looking at that.
I did want to share one thing. We got an email today. A parent in our district who is an educator professional in schools across our county had reached out to us and had given me permission to read their comments. So I'm going to go ahead and do so. Good morning, Mrs. Henkel. I had the opportunity to watch the March 17th education presentation regarding technology use among our students. In my role, I work with students in grades K through 12 across 5 schools in 2 York County districts. Through this experience, I can attest that maintaining students' attention and fostering genuine interest in learning outside of screen time has become one of the most challenging aspects of my work. There have been instances where I have picked students up from class during screen-based lessons, and some younger students have expressed strong resistance to transitioning away from their devices. While they are completing assigned tasks on their screens, I often find that when I ask what they've learned, they recall details about the game they were playing rather than the actual content or skill being taught. Additionally, many of these platforms are structured around reward systems, advancing levels, earning points, or achieving virtual incentives. I've noticed this has carried over into my small groups, where students frequently ask if there will be a prize at the end of our session. This suggests a growing expectation that learning must be externally rewarded rather than internally motivated. I don't claim to have the solution, but I do feel strongly that this is a concern that warrants thoughtful consideration and action within our districts. I really appreciate their response, and not to put words in their mouth, but what they were depicting there, that would be the gamifying aspect of ed tech, and then it would also be exposure learning versus actual concrete learning.
So, any bets on when we're going to be joining a class action lawsuit as far as screens? How far down the road that is?
At least one more day.
Yeah, not
Depends
today.
on the success of the one we just voted on.
If I could, just for a second, I had to go back and watch, last night actually on the road, and, listen.
Watching on the road?
Well, you have to play the, yeah, listen. And I listened to both meetings, and I listened to the presentation from Mr. Hunt and Education, and Ms. Hinkle and Mr. Wilson. Listened to everything, and I caught all the aspects and all the different viewpoints, which was good. And there were different, like when Mr. Hunt said, you know, the crisis that we're looking at with the Chromebooks, the pricing is, you know, we need to get it now if we're going to get it, or we might not be able to. And when we're looking at a budget of, you know, shortfall anyway, is that something we need to jump on? And then looking at, okay, where are we going with screens in the future? And screens are inevitable. They're in our lives. We're not getting rid of them because testing's on them, education's on them. We do have them, and we're going to use them. That's not going away. To the degree we use them, we can, you know, look at and all that, and I'm very open to that. And I think we do a better job than most. However, is that good enough? I don't know. I don't know if that's good enough. Can we do better? Probably. Can we? It doesn't really matter. But the plan that y'all wanted to, you know, talk about looking at, it is as Dr. Bryson said, if you want to do it right, it's a 3-year plan at the minimum. Okay, if you start right now, right? And that's something I think definitely can be talked about and looked at, and that's a great idea. However, looking at the budget, like what Mr. Hall said, we need to look at the Chromebooks now. Even if they're sitting on the shelf, like you said, and we're not using them, but what if we need them? And we can't get them for the next 2-3 years. I don't want to have to go to our community members and say we have to raise taxes by more than the PDE because we didn't jump on the Chromebooks when we did need them.
Yeah, I think that we want to follow, I've heard Mr. Decker say, sound change management processes, and I agree with that. I do think that there are some actions that may take the full 3 years, and there are other actions that I think we can come to sooner than that. And so but you'll notice there's no agenda item other than the Chromebook request for quote that I think has particular relevance to this on the agenda tonight. This is not a knee-jerk. We wanted to have the presentation. It made sense to have in the education meeting, but this is the beginning of looking at this, at just looking. I want us to be looking with new eyes and looking more critically at every use of tech. That doesn't mean every use goes away. That means every use is looked at critically, and does this actually benefit?
I agree, and when it comes back to what Ms. Hall said, you know, I'm not an educator. It's not what I do. So do I know how to best use a Chromebook for teaching? Nope, I don't. Just as a teacher's not going to come to me and tell me how to drive a truck. It's not going to work out too well. They just don't know. So it's not my wheelhouse, but can we do common sense? Yes, we can do that. And I think it's common sense to include those teachers in the conversation, to include administration, to include people that know it better than I do. And if we want to do something different, that's great. And I like that idea a lot better than, you know, a phase-in kind of deal. Or I think a phase-in is better. Sorry if that didn't make sense. It made sense in my head.
No, it's perfect. Thank you. Anybody else? All righty, that concludes education.
All right, moving on to item 9, finance and budget. I'll turn it over to our treasurer, Mr. Decker.
Thank you, Mr. President. So item 9.01 are our informational reports. We have the treasurer's report, the tax collection report, the budget status report, the cafeteria report. I'll just give a brief overview of the treasurer's report. So in our general fund concentration account, we started the month with $5,559,943.69. when we look at the net effect of our interest, investments, revenue, we subtract our disbursements, we ended the month with $3,380,095.18. Moving to our tax collectors accounts, we ended the month with $33,949.31. When we look at our investments, we began the month with $138,247.60. When we net out our added interest reinvested, our purchases, deposits, and subtract our maturities and redemptions, we ended the month with $36,301,323.30. Keeping an eye on new CD originations, we're looking at about 3.5 right now on those. Any questions on the informational items? Any comments? Okay, we'll move to 9.02. This is a review of bills for payment. Those are attached, and so I will make a motion to approve the bills for payment as attached.
Second.
Are there any nays, or I'm sorry, any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? That motion passes. Item 9.03, exoneration and refunds. There are none. Item 9.04, budget transfers. I'll make a motion to approve the budget transfers as attached.
Second.
Any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? That motion carries. Item 9.05 is direction on the proposed 2026-2027 budget. This is an opportunity for board members to respond to the budget presentation that was made at Tuesday night's committee meeting. And if it's all right with everybody, I'll start. Early last spring, as I was in the very beginning stages of running for this office, I jumped right in one Saturday morning. It was early in the primary process, the weather was brisk, and the task that morning would be to canvass the very southern tip of our district for petition signatures. I did not yet know it, but the very first door I knocked on would be the most important. It was an old farmhouse. After I knocked, there was silence for what seemed like a minute, but I'm sure it was much less in real time. But just as I was ready to walk away, I detected movement, and the 80-year-old farmer that lived there answered the door, oxygen tank in tow. He graciously invited me into his home. We walked through his house to the back where his kitchen was located. He invited me to sit down at the table. As I looked around, I realized that my companions were his checkbook and his household bills. He politely interviewed me to make sure I would not vote to raise his taxes. He signed my petition, made sure to tell me on the way out that he would not vote for me in 4 years because I would be an incumbent. I walked away from that old farmhouse with two things. First, I now had a very clear purpose for my campaign. I saw the face of my grandfather in that man, and I would run for office to make sure people like him, who will never come into this room to make public comment, would have a voice. Secondly, I would make a solemn commitment to myself. If I ever reached a place in my tenure as a board member where I forgot about men like him, it would be my duty to resign. His point about incumbency is one that we can all relate to, can't we? If you will allow me, I would like to use an example as a bit of a cautionary tale. Tonight I'm wearing a peace symbol on my lapel. I'm not a single-issue voter, but every 4 years during presidential elections, probably about 50% of my selection process is determining which candidate is most likely to heed George Washington's advice in his farewell address to avoid foreign entanglements. I voted for a man in this last election in part because he stated he was against new wars. He even said of his opponent at one point, if you vote for her, she'll start a war with Iran. That didn't age too well. I guess I'm just accustomed to elected officials disappointing me. If we are not careful, this is what can happen to school board directors. We sense a call from our fellow citizens. We seek this office to do certain things on their behalf. Then we assume office. We become very attached to the schools under our purview. There is committee meeting after committee meeting, board meeting after board meeting, musicals, plays, sporting events, and nice foundation dinners. Amidst all this frenzy activity, we stop talking to our constituents and forget about the old farmer on Susquehanna Trail South. We develop a myopic impulse and can no longer see past the school parking lot. We believe that our district begins and ends on school grounds. Now, I meant what I said Tuesday night. Ms. Green and Trevor are the best of the best. If I was in their shoes, I would be asking all of us for the very same thing, probably more. Their principal job is to look out for the interest of our schools. We have a slightly different role, however, as board directors. We don't merely look out for the interest of the schools. We are to take on the difficult task of understanding how the interest of the schools fit into the interest of our larger community. So we can come to different conclusions without casting aspersions on theirs. The presentation we saw Tuesday night demonstrates that our professional staff count in the 2025-26 school year was 0.8 of a position higher than the 2018-2019 school year, even though we know that enrollment declined in that time period. Now, I'm thankful that we see some needed reductions for this coming school year's budget. But it could be that we are just in the early innings of right-sizing our district. As Mr. Hall pointed out, we also have property to sell. We haven't talked much about facility rationalization, which my private sector experience tells me should likely come next. If we open up this Pandora's box with tax increases, there will be no end, because EIT revenues will only continue to decline based on members of our community retiring. We have no reasonable expectation that our boroughs are suddenly going to become pro-development, and real estate values, which drive assessments, are likely to decline from here. To any of the hundreds of senior citizens that I spoke to during the last campaign who showed up with smiles at the polls, I have not forgotten you, and I never will. For that reason, I'm a firm no on tax increases, and I yield the floor to other members.
So, in knocking on a lot of doors, I had a lot of similar conversations, and so I try to think through what's my rationale for if if I were to support a tax increase, what under what circumstances would that occur? And what I come down to is, now I know I've been told that we can't continue to support the level of programming that we have with the level of revenue that we have, and I trust that and that it's, although there are certainly when staff are retiring or resigning, moving along somewhere else, our administrators are already taking a very hard look at what are our needs in terms of staffing and being very conscientious about that. I see that effort. So I guess where I come down is the Pennsylvania Constitution does obligate us to provide an education for the students of our district. So there is that is a line. Now, I don't know if I would write the Constitution that way. If I were writing a state constitution, I'm not sure I would do that. But I am a big fan of, if we write a law and we didn't vote to change it, we didn't go through the amendment process, then the law is what it is. That said, I do think we are going, that we do, and I'm happy, and I like that we provide these opportunities for our students. I want to provide these opportunities for our students, but I do think we're providing beyond the constitutional obligations at this time. That doesn't mean those aren't good programs, but that does mean that I'm choosing at that point to use the force of law to take money from people for something that is not, for a level that's not constitutionally obligated. And that's a tough thing for me to do. So I was thinking, well, okay, so I think there are probably people who would be upset that if we cut programs. There are programs that people would be upset if we cut them. And I look at that and say, well, if that's the case, I don't want to do that through force of law. If people want programs to exist, then I believe the Southern SYCSD Foundation is constituted in such a way that if we said, look, here's a program that, okay, let's keep it this year. We'll cover it with fund balance this year. But we're going to make it public that, look, next year, these are the programs that are probably, unless something changes structurally in the budget, we get more revenue through an assessment or whatever it is. Unless these things change structurally, these are the programs that will have to go. And then we can say, but here in the foundation, you can contribute. If these are programs that you want to keep, you can contribute and keep these programs. And that way it's not something people are being forced to do. And if you say, well, people can't afford to donate to that program, well, then they also can't afford to be taxed to pay for the program. And the thing about the taxes is there's no way to target it at the people who can and can't afford it. It's based on the value of their house, no matter what their income is now.
Yeah, I think that's an important point because, and I mentioned this in Tuesday's meeting, I was searching for any way to target a tax increase because I'm not against revenues categorically. It's just we have this one tool, and the tool that we have isn't a very friendly tool to seniors in our community.
If I could just speak to what you said a moment ago about the foundation. I think that, unless I'm wrong, Mrs. Green, correct me, the foundation for Southern York County School District is a 501(c) that doesn't fund programs for the school in the way that you might be seeking, with folks donating things for a specific outcome. There's, of course, the scholarships, and there's innovation grant funding, but I don't know that there's a capacity where programs at the school can be completely funded by the foundation. Is that correct?
Well, I do think under certain circumstances, I'd have to read the specific bylaws, but it is established for the benefit of the students of Southern York County School District. So I do believe there could be a mechanism. So I'm just going to be very careful how I say it. Let's say it's XYZ extracurricular activity, because I don't want to name one, needs to be cut, and then we want to fund it through the foundation. I don't know that that's not allowable. So let me say it. I think there is a possibility, but I don't know. That I'd have to research that.
I was reading some of the, now this is not the bylaws, this is a general summary, but it said that in, I think it was 2001, it was reconstituted such that it could provide a greater variety of supports to the school.
Yeah, that's why I
rather
think.
than, whereas a lot of these organizations are scholarship only.
Mhm.
I did look at that, and it says, it said, okay, it can provide a variety of supports. So
That's
maybe
what
not
I'm
everything.
remembering, but I want to read, before I would 100% say one way or another, I wouldn't want to reread through it.
Right, and I also understand what Mr. Hall was referring to with the land sale. However, as you pointed out, or our chair for finance pointed out, that there really isn't a lot of building going on. So with that in mind, would a developer really buy? That's a big if, to fill money back in when a developer isn't motivated to buy if they don't think that they're going to get licenses to be able to build there. And I know that there's preservation of farmlands and things like that. That's a big if to put that on. And I understand what you're saying. But we also have a responsibility to fund the program, just as I was saying on Tuesday. I understand that no one wants to have their taxes raised on them, and especially someone on a fixed income. However, we also need to make sure that our students have what they need to get their required education from the state. And I think in selling the big if, we can sell that land and then backfill the money that we would be using to help at least bring the budget to a better standing. It's just too much of a bet. We don't really know if it's going to sell. We don't know how that's going to look. We haven't really looked into it, as you said. We need to be able to fund our school district. That is one of our main jobs. And sure, we talk to our constituents, right? We find out that folks don't want to have I don't want to pay more taxes. I live in the district. But I also understand this is how Harrisburg has tasked us as a district to make sure that we are being funded. And I also know that the state will penalize districts and not give them as much money if they're not taxing their districts appropriately. So even though we think we might be doing a favor, it's actually going to come down and become worse. Because say we don't raise the taxes in option 3, 2.96% this year. We don't sell the land. We're putting our business manager and our CFO in a very bad position. What do? There aren't that many more resignations. So I don't want to put our students in a position where they can't be educated properly because we don't have staff to do it the way it should be done. And what if we have to raise taxes then next year above the index because we didn't do anything to approach it this year and we relied on the land sale that we thought might happen? It's just too many uncertainties for me in an environment where we know we are going to have students walking into our school and needing an education and need provided for. We don't know that we can sell this land and offset those dollars. So I am not a no for not raising taxes. I think that in this case, it's been 5 years since there's been a tax increase. And I think through the great work of the business manager and the CFO, we've been able to steer clear of that. But now it's gotten to a point where we either need to do it or we're digging ourselves a deeper hole. And then next year, it's going to take twice as much to dig out above the index. And then you've got a big slam on our district taxpayers, where this year, it's not such a big slam. And I think that we have to really consider that long and hard. Although, I have a big heart for folks too, right? We all do. You don't want to walk into somebody's house and lie to them. But at the same time, although I appreciate your professionalism, everything you put together, your experience, you've been doing wonderful in your role. I think that telling a constituent that you absolutely cannot raise taxes without sitting in the role and really being able to experience what we're looking at financially is difficult. It just shouldn't have happened. Not that you don't know anything about these things, but you can't make promises that you're not able to keep and then use them to create a problem for a school district.
Well, it
Financially.
wasn't I didn't characterize it as a promise I made to a constituent. I characterized it as something a constituent asked me. And, the other thing is, I don't think we are at a place where if we don't sell this property, we risk insolvency. We're not to that point. I hate structural deficits. I hate drawing down fund balance, but we're not at that point where everything is hanging on whether we sell this property. I do think we need to expedite the research of that and see if it's viable. And something that you said, Mr. Hall, gave me a little bit more hope the last time we discussed this, which is the contiguous nature of that property to property that is already developed.
Yes. Yeah.
Maybe would make it more likely to be zoned than.
Yeah, that was the township's perspective in their last, when they set up where construction could happen, is they wanted it in close proximity to where there's already, housing. In other words, they didn't want to take a farm out in the middle of nowhere and turn that into a development. And this land is directly adjacent to New Freedom Borough, which is, almost completely developed in New Freedom Borough. But, there was a lot of really good information that came out in Mrs. Green's presentation. And I think it's information that we can't ignore. The fact that, over the last 10 years, our student population has declined by 11%. It speaks volumes to something, but I'll get to that in a moment. But at the same time, in the last 4 years, our budgets have increased 11.5%. So that is untenable. The school population is running away from the budgets. Now, to get back to what I was going to reference, we all had to run an election. And in that election, a relatively small portion of our community actually comes out and votes in that. Although this time it was maybe higher than it's ever been by, the entire community, it's 30%. So, but there is something that our community is doing that is absolutely undeniable, that is not, they are voting with their lives. And what is happening in our community is, whatever the reasons may be, we are not having the children born or raised in our community. That's the decision that the people who live in our community are making. And that to me speaks very loud. Louder than an election, because it's an undeniable, and it's the entire community. Now, whether that's through, people retiring and not wanting to leave the community, whatever the case may be, you can't deny it. And at the end of the day, this is the community school. The community supports it at 64%. So the community carries the lion's share of supporting this school. So it's really difficult for me to want to put more burden on the community when the community is telling me by their actions, this is not the direction that the community is going. So we have to figure out a way to adjust in all of that. And I know that we talk about, and it is true, that our millage rate is the lowest in the county, but say 20 mils, just rounding. But it is also true that our property values are also the highest in the county. So it is not apples to apples. Do you want, 30% of a $50,000 house, or do you want 15% of a $200,000 house? I mean, they're really, it is difficult in that millage structure to get a clear indication of how that really impacts the community. Now, that being said, it's 100% clear we don't need to own land, because we're going the wrong direction. really. You know, we're going in a direction where, you know, is there, that if we continue on this direction, we're going to have to consider the buildings that we own and the functionality of them to the number of students that we have. Nowhere in that is new construction to build another school. So I think regardless of whether or not that land will help carry some of the fund balance use from this year and potentially next year, I don't think it, although it may, either way, we don't really have any business owning land when we really don't have any business building. And we also then potentially hurt our own tax base by owning land that can't produce, you know, any taxes for the community. But we're for the school, we're from the community for the school. But I do think, although I appreciate President Henkel's comment, it does not slow the plane down any, but it gives us a lot more runway to potentially see, is this trend going to continue? Because if it is going to continue, although it may be painful, you know, we're going to have to follow the trend, whether it's painful or not. If you study the national trends, it looks like it's going to continue. And my gut is because of the demographic of our community, it's probably going to impact us more than the national average, not less. Now, maybe that won't be the case. You know, maybe in a year's time we'll see something different. But what I don't want to do is I don't want to make the decisions of previous boards to do a very, very large and expensive modification to our high school for a school that's getting smaller. You know, is it a great building? Absolutely it is, but you know, sometimes you have to make the hard decisions when it comes, and we're going to have some hard decisions coming when it comes to our buildings. So at this point in time, I do believe we paid $2 million for that property 20 years ago, roughly. I do believe that its sale, when it happens, will help to pick up some of the spending that we've had to take from our fund balance. Will it pick up all of it? I think that's impossible to answer. Will we get less than $2 million for it? I sure hope not, because, you know, after owning it for 20 years, that would be
Pretty bad investment.
That would be a really, really, really bad investment. I mean, you put $2 million in a CD for 10 years, and where are you versus, but we didn't make those decisions. And we are where we are really truly because of the decisions that the community is making. So we have to respond to that. And, you know, at this point, I would be a no on a tax increase for all of those reasons.
I agree with everything Director Hall said and Bill Hall. And to say mine succinctly, I'm a no on raising taxes. My no is not contingent on whether or not we can sell the property. Obviously, I'd like to pursue that. I think that's a great thing for all the reasons you stated. But even if it didn't sell, I'm still a no on taxes. And then I'm fiscally conservative. And so that means, and Mrs. Sue Green, you're probably going to have to cover your ears here. I want us to have the best possible education for our children in this district. I don't believe that we are compromising their education in any way. I haven't heard anything about programs that are being cut that compromises our children's education in any way. I want to be able to provide responsibly for our children in this district and their education, while also towing that line that makes Mrs. Green uncomfortable. Because that's what being fiscally conservative means. And I don't think we're anywhere near that line. I'd like to be a little bit closer to that line, if you ask my opinion.
If I can just, sorry, you want to go ahead?
I kind of do.
Okay, go ahead.
This is a really hard conversation to have because I'm fiscally conservative. But we educate a lot of children in our community. We educate a lot of children in our community. And not all of those parents have the ability to make different choices, and so they have to come to our district. And I've been on the board since I was elected in 2021. We have not raised taxes, and in fact, during one of those times when we were looking at raising taxes, I had researched some information with some of our fund balance and felt very strongly that we shouldn't do that, and that year we didn't. So I really have stood on the side of being fiscally conservative. The thing that is missing in all of these conversations is where my identity comes from first. I am a daughter of Christ. I have been entrusted with the care of my children, and I think about being a mother. And so I'm not hearing anything about the students. And the thing that I know that children need the most, and in this world it is very hard to give it to them, but they need stability. And in all of the changes that we're talking about, I mean, I heard, oh, well, you know, our enrollment at this time was the same as it was last time. I get all that. I looked at all those same numbers too. I contended with all of that. But at the end of the day, we can't undo that. And what's caught in the crossfire and the rolling of the dice of kicking this for one more year is flat revenues that will impact the student experience. Maybe we're not hearing about it, but I did some research. And so I was like, what would those cuts look like? And so I'm not okay with cutting curricular and programmatic reductions. I'm not okay with reducing frequency of art, music, and library. I'm not okay with the wonderful things we've been hearing about career and technical education. Maybe that has to be cut because that is kind of a newish program. I'm not okay with having to cut on advanced placement programs. That's just under the curricular piece of it. Then we look at the reduction in student support services. We just agreed to vote on a lawsuit because of the harm done because of social media to our students that are supported by student support services. So I'm not okay with getting rid of any of that. I'm not okay with caseload increases. I'm not okay with paraprofessional staffing being reduced. I'm not okay with reducing our nurses. And then I look at the student activities and athletics, and there are a lot of children that may not be academically oriented, and they really need our athletics to be able to get those potential scholarships to be able to go on to college if they want to. And I don't want to get rid of any of that either. And then I further went on to look to see what else could these things look like. And, you know, there could be the instructional resources. So we have on the table, we're thinking, even though it's not this year, it's not next year, it's still part of it, how are we going to do an instructional shift? What does that look like? How will we do that if we are cutting down to the bare minimum? Are we going to have to keep our laptops longer and have them go out on us because of our budget? That right now, until we do something different, impacts the student experience on the day-to-day. And I think just kind of in the summary of all this, our students need stability. And what we're doing is we are rolling the dice with land, we are rolling the dice with all these different things, and we don't know that. And I think that we need some stability for this year with our revenues. I could not believe when I looked at the budget that we actually had a budget that was less than it was last year. Thank you for that. I mean, that shows that we are trying to do all these things. So I see all of this, and I hear what you're saying about the farmer, and I feel that way about the farmer, but I also think about the students that don't have a voice in this room, and I'm just trying to give life to that. That's all.
Looking at the four options that were given, it's really hard for me to, you know, there's quite a jump from 4 to 3 to 2, to, 4 to 3.5 to 3, and then nothing. I definitely lean heavily into option 4. However, if there was a option 3.5, where it was somewhere in the middle, but it's still hard for me to go to our constituents, which are mostly senior citizens and mostly on a fixed income, and say, look, I know we have a declining population. I know we have, you know, less students going, but need you to pay more for increased costs that we've incurred, whether it be, you know, building projects that we're overspent on, or whether it be just increased costs overall. Like, they're already paying more for fuel, they're paying more for food, they're paying more for electricity, they're paying more for everything else, and on top of it, now I'm gonna go to and say I need more in taxes. I have a rough time doing that. And especially when we then have, you know, discretionary budget, which, what's it really assigned to? We don't know yet. It's just for future stuff. Common sense says I can't do that.
But Jeremy, we have a buildings project that exceeds what we have in our fund balance.
We do have a building project.
But not approved.
It's not approved,
Well,
and
and that's the
also,
thing, it's like, I'm sorry, it's just that we don't, we have big pieces of information that we do not know. That's what I'm saying, I'm sorry.
no, that's fine. And there are things that do need to be done. I do agree with that. But does all of it need to be done? No. Will it all be done on this timetable? No. Do we need to hone in and really focus on what does need to be done? What is targeted priority? Was it targeted priority the stuff we've done in the past? Probably not, but it's already done. So we need to really focus on utilizing the money for what we really need in this budget. That's my take on it.
I'd also point out that with those building projects, they haven't been approved yet, but fund balance is not the only option for funding them. There is also the option to issue bonds. And of course, that does come with a cost of interest over time. We've been able to get bonds at pretty good rates. It won't be quite as good now with interest rates being higher, but that is an option if it came down to it. So just wanted to lay that out there. Does anyone else?
Mrs. Stahl or Mr. Wilson?
You
Go
or me?
ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I agree with Mr. Hash and Mr. Hall on, you know, I think I'm more of a, I can't see with everything that's, you know, how we've used money over the last several years, raising taxes right now. Part of our presentation from Tuesday led me to go down the rabbit hole of, okay, we transitioned everything from 2021 to 2026 to all digital. And part of that was discarding every textbook that we owned. And we've done that over 2022 to 2024. That's $1 million+ worth of textbooks that we basically discarded. I have a problem with that. I think that was short-sighted. So, and that does kind of tint my view of what I'm willing to go into as far as the budget this year.
And the discarding of those was April, May 2023? Was that?
It was over a several-year period.
Okay. I remember
It was-
seeing.
Yeah, it was like
one particular.
12, 13,000 textbooks and books.
We are in a hard position.
Yeah.
We really are,
Yeah.
because I think we all have the ability to see both sides,
Mhm.
but have all the options, bonds. Okay, you got to also take into consideration the cost versus raising, doing the smaller increase. I'm kind of like with Jeremy too. If there could be a 3.5, it would be good, but
So a couple things. I'm gonna kind of speak for Sue. If you want a 3.5 can be created. The concept is the same.
A 3.5%? Well, we're at.
No.
Just
An option.
Option 3. Okay, I'm like,
And my only point in that
Sue
is
was
'cause there
getting-
was
I'm like,
such a
sure,
difference
3.5.
between
I can do
4.
that.
Right.
Like, you're going from 3% to nothing, like there's nothing in between.
Okay,
Where the other
yeah.
ones have a 0.5%.
Go ahead, Dr. Bryson. I'm sorry, I was
Are
misunderstanding.
you okay so far?
Yeah.
You can go 2%. You know, that is fluid to some extent. I mean, a couple things that comment. In regards to the technology, that transformation took place far before 2020. And the reliance on textbooks was a direct response to investing in the technology that at the time we knew what we knew. And the conversion was happening nationwide. It wasn't just a Southern thing. So I'm not sure in regard to we threw it. I took that as we just threw out all our textbooks. No, textbooks become worn out. The choice is, are you going to buy them back or not? And the question is, you're going to buy the textbooks and devices or whatever the case may be. So I just wanted to add kind of clarity to that piece. And there are still textbooks that exist, some of them over 25 years old, in classroom sets that are throughout the district that we're still utilizing, whether it be in English or literature, AP texts in certain cases. They're out there. It's not a complete, we got rid of them all. I think the other thing I want to, whether right, wrong, or indifferent what we believe about the high school building project, the reality is just as our constituents' gas bills go up, so do ours in that same rate, as does the electric bill, as does the price of employees and the increases that they diligently and deserve. And so I will agree the cuts are needed. I will agree that they're more drastic. The attrition is greater this year than it ever has been. Some of that is a result of those positions that became available through attrition and whether they're able to be absorbed by the existing organization. And Sue and I and Trevor's conversation is about being cognizant of both worlds. I don't know the answer to my next question, but I think it is an important one, and that is there a piece of our home values in this community that are attached to the success of the schools that exist in this demographic? I don't know the answer to that for certain. I just know the home values weren't always this way, nor was the success of the district. And I also know our neighboring districts are lower than us in home value median price. And there are other factors that play into that, like what percent of their taxable land is commercial versus what Southern's is. And that is a negative impact to Southern because ours is far, far lower. Where the tax base is going back to whether it be retail, commercial, et cetera. You get the idea. And so I bring that up because I recognize I have my own parents in their mid-80s who are on a fixed income and have been on a fixed income. They're a little biased towards public education, probably because of their son's involvement. They are appreciative when their taxes don't go up, but they're also supportive knowing what it does to their community. They don't live in this community, but they recognize it. It's a lot of education. Because even to this day, he'll still ask, well, how does this, I get it. It's not simple. Our community believes, and I've shared this with board members, that their taxes have gone up the last 5 years. They have, but it wasn't school taxes. Their homestead, farmstead has gone up, correct?
Which has lowered their real estate taxes.
Which has lowered their real estate taxes in the area of school taxes. But if you get your bill, you can't easily decipher that. So in reality, they're actually less than what they were 5 years ago. And that's a struggle to wrap your head, I mean, and I get it. This is not easy. And I hope you hired us to look out first and foremost, and I think you were indicating that, I'm here to take care of the kids, not the schools. I'm going to tell you that. That's the one comment that I will go against. I'm here to provide the best education for the students of this community, regardless of what the schools do or don't look like, or how much money we do or don't have. But our fight will be for them. And I do believe the structural deficit is a significant problem. And our recommendation was a balance of attrition and a tax increase. It still is, because I think it sends a message from this board that while we recognize we have a structural deficit, we are going after that challenge in two different directions. And history has shown that just because we tax once, it doesn't mean we're doing it every year and forevermore. I think that's...
Yeah, can I
So-
address a couple things? And I'm going to reiterate that, you know, our budget did go down for next year, although a lot of our expenses, as we talked about Tuesday night, went way up. So, you know, I get it, enrollment's down, but a lot of things don't change just because enrollment's down. Like, a lot of the bills don't change because enrollment's down. The other piece, Mr. Hash, you brought up the 2.96%. So I've been doing this a long time. So there was a year that we had a tax increase of about, I think it was 1.5%. I can tell you that we got beat up so bad that year because it doesn't matter if it's 1.5% or 3%. Honestly, it doesn't, because the bills that are coming out right now and are due right now, we get blamed for those too, which went up a lot. So at the end, since that time, if we're going to have a tax increase, then let's have a tax increase that doesn't harm our homeowners, but brings in some money for us, because so that we don't have to keep having tax increase after tax increase after tax increase. If you're going to do it, so there's been times we haven't had tax increases way before this board was in here. So we don't want to have a tax increase every year. So if you're going to have one, it does make more sense to have one that results in a higher amount of money, and then maybe we won't need one the next year or the next year. So it just, to me, makes a lot more sense. Plus, as Dr. Bryson pointed out, our homeowners over the last 4 years have had a $135 decrease in their school taxes. This is $108. They're still ahead of that. Again, I don't take it lightly. $108 is $108. It's their money. But it's not, I mean, we're not talking $300 or $500. We're talking $108, which if you divide that over 12 months, I know your taxes are due in the fall, but it's not a huge monthly increase to folks. But we do take every dollar seriously. But to answer your 2.96, that's really where we're coming from there. That if we're going to tax people, let's at least have it result in a decent amount of revenue.
My only point was it was going from 0 to 3, and then it jumps like 0.5%. And there was no
Right, because again,
middle ground.
If you're going to do it.
if you're going to do it, let's get some revenue so that we're not.
Rip the Band-Aid off.
Yeah.
So I have a couple of questions, Mrs. Green. One, what percentage of our community is actually impacted by the Farm Homestead Act?
So 90% of our properties are residential or farm. So we'd have to compare the number of properties that are actually approved. But I think the difference between approved is they may be eligible, but they may not have applied. I can't really, we blast it everywhere. They get a form every year. I can't if they didn't apply. But I would say if they use those 90%, if they use it as their primary residence, then they would be eligible.
But, I mean, do we have a sense of, is it 10%? Is it that are applying and getting that?
I think it's a pretty high, we can definitely get you that number. I think it's a pretty high.
Maybe 90% of that 90%.
Like, how many properties is it? I can go get it. Yeah, I was gonna say, if we wanna keep talking, you can see if you can find, but it's a pretty stable number every year. So I think it will be a pretty high percentage, but I don't know that off the top of my head.
Okay, second. So you, in your presentation the other evening, you gave us some very clear numbers on the impact of the budget from the attrition and then the corresponding employee-related costs and how that impacts the budget. And that was very clear. What I did not see was any of the things that Ms. Samantha Hall referenced, and then their subsequent impact on the budget. You know, what are those things? What are the impacts of what she discussed on the budget?
Such as programming.
Yeah, the cuts that Ms. Samantha Hall referenced.
I do want to be clear that when I'm speaking about those, my main point is we are rolling the dice with this year to put it to next year, and we don't really know what next year is going to bring. And we are lean, and wherever we are with those attritions, those cuts are imminently in our future. You can only do so much with so much money. And we know that the staffing is the most expensive part of what it is that we do. And the only other place that you can go after that is to these other areas that I highlighted.
So those were
Maybe I
hypothetical.
misunderstood. So
Yeah.
What you were saying is, these are things that could be impacted, not things that will be currently
I don't know
impacted
what will happen
by the
next
budget
year.
on the table. That's what I'm trying to get clarification on.
Yeah, and that's kind of how I heard it, but the other thing I thought is we go back to the structural deficit. We continue to have revenues that are significantly lower than our expenditures. There's going to come a point where you're going to have to make those, I completely agree, and as I said Tuesday night, well, we made a cut of about 20 positions this year. I don't think that we're going to get 20 next year and 20 the next year. That's not going to, I don't
let me
feel that's
rephrase.
reasonable.
Let me rephrase my question. Are there cuts to programs in the current budget before us, regardless of whether we make tax increases or don't?
There are not.
Okay.
There are the ones that we
That's what I
specifically
was trying
spelled
to
out.
understand.
Yeah.
Because I just misunderstood I thought what you were saying, Ms. Hall, was that this is what's coming. And I'm sitting here thinking to myself, I didn't know that. So I'm
I mean, I will say one thing that is tangible is we are definitely going to have increased class sizes. And I do want to just read, because I just want everybody to be aware of what these things are that we're talking about. The policy that I had asked about, 126, the Board of Education will create the required number of teaching positions to satisfy the guidelines. The guideline says the average class size in each elementary attendance center of the school district, K through 6, shall not exceed 25 students. And I asked for clarification on that because the way, and this is why communication is so important, the way I understood that is no class could exceed 25 students. But what it's saying is that the average class size cannot exceed 25 students. That means you might have some at 30. You might have some lower than that. That is a real and a huge impact.
But if you go back to the enrollment graph that they gave us, starting back in 2018, so 18-19 to date, even with our going forward with our estimates, and Ms. Green did reference that they always estimate slightly high on that incoming class because it's hard to predict, which is truly understandable. Even with all of that being considered, we are well within the ranges of every year in the last 10 years. I mean,
So
in just for an example, in 2018-19, that doesn't reference which building it is, but this particular building had an average class size of 23, and this year they're predicting an average class size of 21.2. So we're, I don't want to be misrepresenting, but I felt like you were saying that we are well within our norm.
We will be above this year.
Right.
Your class sizes will go up, but they're within the normal range over the period of time that you just.
We had some larger average class sizes in one elementary building in 2018-19.
So I'm not focused on the average class size in the sense of the 25 and being in line with what it was before. I'm focused on those classes that are 30. I am focused on, we just signed off on a lawsuit about social media harm. We know that the behaviors are different. We have, I mean, I can't say this for certain, but, you know, perhaps maybe we have more special education students under programs that we heard about than we did back then. A lot has changed since 2018. We are not comparing apples to apples, in my mind. So again, I just want to
Would we
clarify.
currently have class sizes right now in this current school year over 30?
Do we? No,
We have no class sizes over
not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
And we would be subject to the same kind of mix due to interest, I mean, high school, but interest in things anyway. I mean, with our student population declining anyway, like I guess I don't understand how we're predicting higher on average student.
Well, because of attrition.
Well, yeah, I understand the teachers, but we are subject to fluctuations anyway, just by interest.
Yeah, well, at the high school level, yeah.
Right.
Are you anticipating class sizes of 30?
Well, I think we'll have at least one grade level, not across grade level, but our other challenge, and I think it's good for the community, where with 3 elementary schools, you are at a much more difficult place to balance your numbers. So you may have 6th grade in one building is 25 kids, 3 sections. It may be 29, 30, 31 in another. Because if you add a teacher, now you're taking class sizes like 15, which
Right.
is similar to what first grade is.
Right.
Whereas, yeah, if you had an intermediate model and you took at least 3 of your grades, then you can balance them a little bit easier. Yeah.
But that's not really something we can change.
No.
Not moving into next year, that's for certain.
But that's a building construction you're
right.
talking about.
And it's typically not year after year after year. So, and for that section, you know, again, you might have a 6th grade that looks like that, or a 5th grade looks like that, or you might be at 27, 28, which would have been a normal number 20 years ago. A high 20s, because I tell the story, being a 7th grade math teacher, most of our sections were, if not 30, they were 28, 29, every period, all day long. So, yeah, the attrition is going to create that. And the attrition, you know, again, you're only going to be able to go so far, particularly at the elementary level, where you know there's a focus on those primary grade levels, and you're not going to push them into the 35, 40s, that, you know. Whereas the middle and high school, there's a little bit more flexibility there. But the way off is then you're going to lose some singletons that you can't afford to offer anymore. Where I might have 11 kids that want to take EMT. Well, I'm not sure we're offering that because that teacher's needed to do biology now. And then you start going on an every other year schedule, so that, because I want to say to the community, we did not eliminate a program. I think you guys want to say that. So these are the discussions, and you heard this recently. We're meeting every 2 weeks. Because I'm not giving you a list of these are the positions that right now, today, we will probably lose through attrition, because as we get others, that might shift based upon greatest needs and whatnot.
I'll say that for myself, I don't want to eliminate a program, but it's not like it's something I would never do or that I would never support, because I do see a problem of if enrollment is, as Mr. Hall said, if enrollment is declining and expenses are increasing,
Bring them together.
Close that divergence.
we have to close that divergence, and so that may mean, and it gets difficult, it gets more and more difficult as a school shrinks to offer the same large variety of programs, because if you only have a few students interested in something, and you will definitely get to the point where it's financially really difficult to support, but still not insane, like you have 3 people taking a class. you'll hit the 11 or 9 students want to take this class point, well, long before it just looks ridiculous. But you also, I think, it's fiscally responsible to say, well, you know, if we've declined and the decline seems to be continuing because birth rates are low across the country, our populace in this country, in this county, and in this district is aging. At some point, you have to look at that, and that's where I would like to know what those would be. So this next year, option 4 doesn't do that. I'd like to find out what those would be, like, pretty quick here, what they would be. So kind of a budgeting exercise, if everything was the same as it is now, but we wanted to not have a structural deficit, and we didn't want to raise taxes, what would the cut programs be? And look at, okay, then can we support those through the foundation? Because I'd rather do it because people want those programs, because people step up and say, this is worth it to me to pay for, than for us to say, you must pay for this whether you care about it or not.
That's what I meant by I'm not seeing it now. Like, until you tell me A, B, C, or D program will be cut if we don't raise taxes, I'm not seeing it now.
I do think, though, that we could see that in behavioral support moving forward, that Dr. Bryson, maybe you could speak to this, but as staff understands that there's lack of finances to support replacing these positions that are very much needed. Speaking of behaviors, you know, that we could have larger classrooms with teachers that are literally spending more of their time addressing behavioral issues than going through the curriculum that they need to go through. And that creates burnout and creates, okay, I'm going to look for a letter of recommendation and I'm going to go over to Kennerdale because they have a lot of real estate taxes. They're looking fruitful right now, and that's not a problem for me. So I think we also need to consider that too. That it's not to disrespect you at all in your opinion, Mrs. Henkel, but I think that we can't say with confidence, oh, this isn't going to affect, you know, staff. This isn't going to affect the students. No, I really do think that there is going to be an unintended impact here, and I think that people can be lost because of that support not being there by backfilling these positions that we've lost due to attrition because we're so tight on the budget right now. So.
If I was seeing a significant change in class sizes and we had looked at our programs and said, okay, what programs are we obligated to have? What are the ones that constitutionally, you know, these are the ones we need to fulfill our obligation. If we had done that and we were looking at rising class sizes, for me, that would mean, okay. But I don't really see particularly, I mean, they're rising a little bit from this year, but they're well within normal ranges. And so but yes, if we were pursuing the constitutionally obligated education, or, you know, if we were getting closer to that and we were seeing class sizes rise, then I'd say, okay, well, then we have to raise because.
I also think as a board member that, you know, talks to constituents, right?
Mm-hmm.
I am hearing from primary schools that this is already a thing. So I'm not naming any names, but we're already there in frustrations because of behavioral support being lacking. So I don't see this as a plus for that. I see that it's just going to continue to get worse. And I'm still not on the same page with you about not raising taxes. I think it needs to be done. I think it's very obvious that every rock has been turned over and the district has come to us with, okay, this is what we're looking at. But I don't think the 0 is necessarily an option. I think that's stepping towards some doom that's going to not only hurt us next year, but it's going to hurt our students in the long run with more lack of support for our staff because of not filling those positions. So I think it's irresponsible.
Mr. President, I'm aware of the time and the rest of the agenda this evening. What I'd like to do is I think we know where 7 members stand. I'd like to see clarity from 2 members so that Ms. Green and Trevor have direction, and then I'd like to close discussion. If that's all right.
Yeah.
So, Mr. Hash, if you were to understand that the 4 options presented are the 4 options, which option would be your direction?
4.
And Mrs. Staller, if the 4 options are the 4 options, which option would be your direction?
Probably 3.
Which one?
3.
3. So, do you have what you need, Ms. Green?
The only clarification I want to make sure, so, because we have to bring it back for April, so are we bringing back option 4 as written, or do we, I heard something about reducing so that we don't have such a deficit, so.
Well, what I asked about was, could we see what reductions those would be? Basically pursue option 4 this year, but look at what are the reductions we would make if we were trying to eliminate or substantially reduce that deficit in terms of programming and things like that. And what I'd like to do is that could become a springboard for trying to raise that money through the foundation, seeing if our community wants to fund those programs, if they value them, or if certain members value them enough to say, I'm willing to put my own money up.
Yeah, and I want to be, I have to look at the foundation, as we said, but the other thing is, the foundation is a separate board. I mean, they would have to vote and agree to move forward with any of this. I mean, I don't feel that the board could unilaterally push that to the foundation. They are a separate.
Yeah, and that's why this would
You
all
know what I
have to
mean?
be a
That would have to be a
negotiation for the next
discussion.
year. That wouldn't be for this year. That would be something we would start to look at in order to inform the budget for 27, 28.
So can we specify the number?
No,
you're
26,
looking-
27, no, 27, 28.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to get a handle on. Are you looking at the full structural deficit? Are you looking at, the way I kind of thought about it was, option 3 right now with the tax increase would be $2 million use of fund balance.
You can give me, yeah, I mean, I think as a starting place for the conversation, something that would give us option 3, but through cuts, but not a tax increase.
Okay, and no debt service for
Right.
building renovations.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, because I did hear that we would have to issue bonds, but if you're going to issue bonds for building projects, you got to have millage in place for that,
Right.
so.
I think the key direction here, though, is there is definitely a plurality of board members that aren't in favor of a tax increase. That's,
Then that's fine. I just need to make sure I can bring back a budget that, so I'm doing option 4, and then we can have a discussion on that other stuff, but I just need to make sure the PD 2028 is going to look like option 4.
Yes. Thank you.
thank you to all members for thoughtful discussion.
Yes, thank you.
I'll move to 9.07. This is an...
6.
Oh, did I skip one? Oh, can't skip that one. 9.06 is the revised York County School of Technology budget for the 2026-2027 school year. Before I put this on the floor, I think we will just procedurally move the same way that we did last time and conduct a roll call vote on this matter. So is there a motion to put approval of this revised York County School of Technology budget on the floor? Is there a motion?
Second.
Second. Mr. Wilson or Mrs. Staller, since you're directly involved, would you like to provide any type of overview?
Sure, I can do a little bit of that. The JOC met after our last meeting. They took our feedback, the constructive feedback that we gave them as a board, saying kind of where we would want to see the increase. Like, we know we couldn't get it to 0, but we gave them the index as a target for our approval. So that would mean that we're kind of in line with other districts in York County. They did do bus reductions and a total of $545,000 in reductions, both in professional development, buses, and some other positions that they were going to be moving to outsourcing. And they got the increase down to 4.59, which is the, what's the term, Mrs. Green? I'm lunching on it right now.
Adjusted
Adjusted
index.
index.
Adjusted,
It's countywide index.
yeah, yes.
Which we asked for the unadjusted.
Yeah, we did ask for, well, I think our understanding was, well, our index was 4.4,
Right.
and we were targeting that, but they were targeting the adjusted for the county, which is 4.89. So they did come in underneath the adjusted index. And it was very soundly approved at the JOC. And I did vote to support this budget at that time. Any
Questions
other
or discussion?
questions, flavor?
So if I'm understanding this correctly, that 4.64% increase will take the cost for our district from $735,000 to $841,000.
That is depending on how many students we send.
And that currently being 11.
No, 62, I believe, is our number right now.
Actual students.
That's a more reasonable number for that one.
Yeah.
Gotta hit the plus sign a couple times.
And we've actually been trending downward in the number of students that we
62,
send.
I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong line, 62.
Yeah, we've been trending downward for a little while. We're one of the lowest. We send some of the fewest number of students there, us in Hanover. Mainly because of the distance.
I think sorry. Go ahead.
Good.
I was going to say, I think for my part, I doubt it'll matter because I think this is already being approved by most of the districts. My position was, I don't think that they should raise it more than what we could legally raise our taxes in a year, because that is a bad precedent to set. They would eat up assuming constant number of students, they'd eat up a larger and larger share of a budget. So I think I'm a no, just on the idea that that was my line. That was my line in the sand, and they didn't meet it, so.
Other discussion? We have a roll call vote, please.
Mary Lee Hall,
Yes.
Samantha Hall,
No.
Jeremy Hash,
No.
Jennifer Henkel,
No.
Nathan Henkel,
Yes. Or no. Sorry, no. I was,
Lisa Stoller,
Yes.
you said yes? Yes. Joe Wilson,
Yes.
Jason Decker,
Nay.
and Bill Hall.
No.
counting instead of thinking my vote, and the hearing votes like.
So 6-3.
So I'm a little confused here. If we can discuss a little bit more.
I think we can.
So we're not willing to fund our own program, but we do also have a responsibility to fund York for the kids that are going there. But my board mates aren't willing to fund that.
I am.
I'm looking for a little more feedback. I don't understand.
I am. I just had a line that I don't think that a school that we send students to should raise more than we could legally raise in a year, because if they were to keep doing that and we had a constant number of students going there, they would eat up a larger and larger share of our budget. So it's just a matter of principle. Now, will we still send them money with our students going there? Yeah, I mean, voting no on this does not mean that we don't have a relationship with them anymore. And probably, I think it's gonna pass.
Yeah,
right, with the new, but that was the line I drew, and I'd like my voice, I'd like my position to be recorded, that I don't want them raising it more than what we could legally raise taxes to, just on principle.
Well, and I can speak to that as well. I can't intellectually say, I'm not willing to raise taxes on my community for all of the reasons I already presented, and then a moment later say, but I am willing to take some of your money and send it to another school. It's not that I don't feel that I can be congruent in myself and do both things at the same time.
Perfectly stated, that's my opinion as well.
Intellectual
We're also
consistency.
sending our children there, right?
I understand that,
So,
but
I don't know that you can have both worlds there.
I have to make a consistent decision.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, another way to state it is if they were within our index, I mean,
I'd be a yes.
this board might vote unanimously to approve it, right? So that's really the matter.
Because they did cut and they did make some cuts,
But not
they just didn't do what we're gonna have to do. They
Right.
didn't do enough. Yeah, they made some inroads here.
Well, they did what we asked them to do. And
Well, not what I asked.
Well,
The
yeah,
thought that it
I-
would be approved then,
Yeah,
and now
I-
we're not giving that to them.
I'm gonna say, they didn't do what I was asking for, and that, if they don't need, I don't think they need my vote. And I understand that they're gonna develop a budget that they think can pass. So I'm not, there are no sour grapes either, but I have the position I have on it, and that's the position I'm gonna hold. And if more people start to think about it the way I do, then maybe they'll have to make sure that their budgets are within the index of the schools that they're supporting.
Yeah.
And I can thoroughly appreciate that we send 62 of our students there. I want those all to excel and do the best that they can. But we have to think about the other, 2,800 students here at our school, and the fact that I may have to look at them and say, we may have to figure out how to do with less. So I can't only think about the 62, I have to think about the other 2,800 at the same time. Because now I am really thankful to hear, Mrs. Green, that we are not, in this budget, cutting things that are affecting our kids. Understanding that, yes, attrition, we're losing teachers, but, we're not cutting the programs. I'm very, very thankful for that. But I can't in good conscience think that may come and then say, well, I'm willing to give another $100,000 at current rate to the York County School. Now, the reality is, we may have to do it whether we like it or not.
Right.
But that doesn't mean that I have to support it.
I'd vote my conscience.
Yeah, and I not to belabor things, but I want to be careful too. Like, we are cutting things that I think will impact kids. Like, the 2 additional buses is not going to be a slam dunk. I'm just going to say. Like, we have a very big district. And when you cut 2 more buses in addition to the one we did this year, we will impact families. I mean, there is no, do I think we'll impact them outside of our guideline? No, I hope not. I mean, our plan's not, but right now the plan's on paper. We got to, we got to make sure that works. But I guess I want to be careful that we don't think we're not going to impact families with these cuts, because I do think we are. I mean, we will have families that say, I can't get to whatever activity now because my kid's not getting home. And believe it or not, we get those calls all the time. So just want to be careful that we are going to impact with some of these cuts.
I merely meant programs.
No, I know, but I know people are listening, and I just want to make sure that
Yes, being clear.
the message is clear.
I
Yeah.
want to be clear as well.
Yeah.
9.07, boy, I'm loaded with doozies tonight. 9.07 is an authorization for the administration to conduct a request for quote for student Chromebooks. I'll make a motion. to authorize the administration to conduct a request for quote for 550 student Chromebooks per the Chromebook replacement plan for the 2026-2027 school year. Do I have a second?
Second.
So, by way of discussion, I think it's important here, we have a lot of philosophical things that we're discussing in the ed tech area. However, those are long-term discussions. And I would just encourage my fellow members that there certainly is a time and place for those discussions. But the matter really before us now is the request for quote on 550 Chromebooks that we need to get for the next school year. So I think I think that's what we need to discuss and not the greater philosophical discussion we had. Everybody agree with that?
Yeah, for my part, what I'll say about this is that I'm planning to vote yes on this. And that is contingent, and I'm just saying that my yes is with the idea that I'm trusting, because it's been done before when we went to 2-to-1, I'm trusting that we're gonna take a serious look at this, and we're gonna do it deliberately and methodically, and that means, to me, that means buying the Chromebooks, that we need to do the things we've planned to do already next year. But that said, during that whole time where we're buying these Chromebooks and using these Chromebooks next year, I want to be seeing that we're really deliberately looking at how are we delivering our curriculum and is this the best way? And so it's a yes with that contingency that it could be a no next year if I'm not seeing that we're really pursuing that very, very aggressively. And it could even be a yes next year for the same amount, because in pursuing that, we discover we need the same amount. So it's not necessarily that I wouldn't say yes to whatever amount we need in order to preserve the number of Chromebooks we have. I think there very well could be a reduction, and I would like to see it. But what I really want to see is that very methodical and serious look at screen time and how we're delivering curriculum.
I think with the presentation and the particular part that Mr. Hunt said with the pricing is the problem. I don't want to spend more later when we could do it now. Like, pay now, cry now, let's be done.
Yep.
And knowing that possibly next year, these things may have to last us 5 years instead of 4, maybe. Because maybe next year, like you said, we might not be able to get these things. It's very possible. It's very possible they sit on the shelf too. But if we need them, and we do for certain things, testing and whatnot, we have them. And you said these are this is what we need, so let's push it. And I think you said sometimes we even have a 14-day lead time. Or what was the 14-day thing?
It was like
Only
14
the
weeks.
The bids are 14-day.
Yeah.
So how do we navigate that? If it goes out for a bid and it comes back, this is only good for 14 days, but we know the pricing is going to jump. How do we navigate that?
We're doing a request for quote, which means he can say to him, I need a quote that's good on the next board meeting day. So if the board meeting date's the 16th, I need it to be good through the 17th of April, so that
What
we're,
if they're not willing to do that?
Then we'd have to have a special meeting.
We could have a special meeting if necessary.
Okay.
And if it were financially advantageous, I'm sure we would all accept that.
Yes. If they're only willing to hold a good pricing for 14 days and a pricing for a month, I think that would be very advantageous.
And to your point, this number may have to be lower next year just because of the availability. So to some extent, we may need to be looking at reducing our dependence just because of supply.
Availability, yes.
So those kind of go together.
So I do appreciate your presentation on that. That opened my eyes too. I didn't know there was a crunch on these things. I didn't know.
Can I just clarify, just to state the obvious? We have two major things that we're talking about that we have to do in the next year. So we need to look at right-sizing our budget, right? And we have to think about an instructional shift. So I just want to be clear about that. Those are two very huge initiatives. And we've talked about, sound change management principles. So I want to lay that out because I think as a board, it can be really easy to get caught up in all sorts of reactive things. But if those are the priorities that we want to do, we have to be very, very intentional about our planning with that.
Agreed.
Agreed.
Yes, agreed.
Very well said.
You also have a comprehensive plan, and my suggestion will be that your discussion on ed tech, for lack of better terminology, is a part of your comp plan, our comp plan, which then takes on a 3-year model by structure.
Makes perfect sense.
That's a piece of it. There's a whole lot else into the comp plan, but that can be a goal within that plan.
But we currently have to keep the trajectory we're going.
I'm really glad you said that, because I was 2 seconds ago a no on this, and you just changed my mind, Dr. Bresson. I needed security guarantees, shall we say.
So you need discussion to hear from your teachers and administrators on what is happening, where we can be, and there needs to be dialogue, similar to part of the public comment that came out. They're the people that are we're asking to do the lift. They've got to be a part of that solution. It's 100% a part of HRS level 1. You better have collaborative teams working on things, and don't do it quickly or it's going to dissipate. So I think it's got to be a part of the comp plan. That's a year-long process with an approval in spring,
And it's already.
right around the time of Chromebook
Yeah,
purchasing.
It's already coming.
But
We
yeah,
have to do that work either way.
I really appreciate it. It's the care and concern that you have to show that you're listening. I really appreciate that.
And there are some things administratively we've already begun to do in discussions that have to happen to prepare to even sit down at the table
Of
to
course.
talk about this.
Of course.
There's things that we've done with data analysis from the data sheet from Chromebook usage throughout the district to say, okay, do we have lopsidedness in certain grade levels? And if so, why? Let's talk about that, and let's involve the teachers in that. That's kind of the more detailed piece that you're not going to do in a comprehensive plan, but
Yep.
we can begin to do that.
Yep, I love that. Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second on the floor. We've had discussion. Are there any nays or abstentions on this item? The motion carries. Item 9.08 is an increase to the district's fixed asset capitalization threshold. So I'll make a motion to approve an increase to the district's fixed asset capitalization threshold for financial reporting purposes to $10,000 retroactive to July 1st, 2025. Do I have a second?
Second.
So this is a financial reporting item. Does anybody need an explanation, or are we good to move to a vote on
I
this?
need to know what the purpose of this is.
Ms. Green?
So we tag all of our assets for, I think, for inventory purposes.
Okay.
But then additionally, under GASB standards for financial reporting, we have to do a capitalization threshold. So really, this is all about financial accounting rules. So because of the paperwork behind it, they just go with a higher, they recommend a higher threshold. It's really about being materially correct in your overall financial condition. So it doesn't mean that we're not going to tag like all of our assets, which we do. That's for an inventory purpose. This is for financial reporting purposes for our
This
plan.
doesn't mean that more things are being bought that are not being cataloged, just,
No, we're still going to tag them for inventory. We're just not going to, for lack of a better way to say it, tag them for financial reporting and do all the requirements behind that because it's immaterial
I was a
to
little
our.
hazy on that. I appreciate that. Thank
As
you.
items become more expensive, that threshold can grow
Right.
for accounting
It
purposes.
becomes a lot to,
Yeah.
it becomes more work to tag.
We're such a big organization that even 10,000 is relatively low.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Any nays or abstentions? That motion carries. Nine point zero nine is an engagement letter services agreement and statement of work with Constangy Brooks Smith and Profit LLP and Vector 3 Inc. I'll make a motion to ratify an engagement letter, service agreement, and statement of work with Constangy Brooks Smith and Profate LLP and Vector 3 Inc. relating to information technology services provided to the district. I know you're very familiar with this one, Dr. Bryson. Maybe do you want to give a brief overview of the necessity of this?
Really, it's a necessity out of cybersecurity and a contract with Vector 3, who did some analysis for us, as well as the law firm that was engaged with Vector 3.
Any discussion? Any nays or abstentions? That motion carries. Item 9.10, other items of business. I have 3. Just kidding. I have none. Back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you. All right. Moving on to item 10, personnel and policy. I'll turn it over to our chair, Mrs. Hall.
Oh no, I think I got logged out. Hold on
Take
one
care,
second. I was looking at something else that came up during public comment and it logged me out. Oh, look, there I am. Okay. Sorry. Okay. Item 10.01 is, sorry, it did not go down there. Item 10.01 is job descriptions. I would like to make a motion to approve the following job descriptions effective July 1st, 2026 for the Assistant Superintendent of Schools, Chief Financial and Operations Officer, Business Manager, and Coordinator of Technology. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I just wonder, is there something that sparked this to happen?
Isn't it mostly related to the change of the reporting structure for technology?
Yes. So it's really, as we're changing some folks around, it's just changing technology is going to report to the assistant superintendent instead of the CFO. And then business manager hasn't been updated for a while, so we just took a look at it.
Okay.
That's
Yeah,
my question.
and the other addition was the school safety security coordinator, which was this role, now to be supervised by the assistant superintendent. So that and the coordinator of technology were added as supervisory roles.
I just wanted, yeah, my question was, is there any major changes is why we're doing this? But it was just because of reporting structures?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, the motion carries. Item 10.02, this is the second reading and approval of the following new and updated policies. So before I make a motion, well, I'll make a motion. I make a motion to approve the following new or updated policies. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yeah, I just want to engage a little bit with public comment as it pertains to the school library policy. So I was listening to public comment very intently, and one of the things that I'm listening for is I want to listen and I want to hear what enriching materials our students might be deprived of with the library policy. And I think it's very telling that nobody even came close to, making an accusation that, that this would prevent the students from accessing something that they should. I think that's very important. One of the commenters mentioned she had 30 years of service in education. I thank her for her service. And she said that she would never put materials in our library that contained gratuitous amounts of explicit language or sexually explicit materials, and I believe her. She seems like a very nice person. However, another public commenter said that this is a solution in search of a problem. The issue is this is a problem because we know from the news that in neighboring districts that these materials have been in libraries. And so, to me, if these materials have been in libraries at neighboring districts, that is a matter that is close enough to home to where we should have a policy that proactively prevents that from happening. So I support the policy. I didn't hear anything in public comment that would deprive students of good books. And I believe that most school librarians don't want books in the library that contain gratuitous amounts of explicit language or sexually explicit materials.
Yeah, so two things that that stood out to me. The library policy was characterized as wherever y'all got this from. And we were also exhorted to speak to our administrators. So it seems like maybe there's confusion about where the library policy came from, and I can clear that up. It was, in fact, requested by our administrators that our solicitor give us a library policy. That request did not come specifically from the board, and it was something that our administrators felt was needed, and they've explained it to me that it is needed to protect students and librarians and any other staff that may be involved. I looked at it and I think that obviously there may be improvements that can be made that we'll discover as we work with it, but looking over it, I feel like Mr. Litz and his firm did an excellent job with that. The free speech policy was also brought up. I can't say that the board didn't ask to have that one looked at. I definitely asked to have that one looked at. Maybe other board members did as well. But that also went through our administrators and was developed by our school solicitor in collaboration. So we are speaking to our administrators. We collaborate on many of these items. Finally, with the accusation that we're barely compliant with the Sunshine Act, if that were the case, then the board for years was out of compliance with the Sunshine Act because it used to be that policies were never released until after they were passed. Second read would be completed, the policies would be voted on, and then they would be released to the public. As a parent of homeschooled children, I might see the homeschool policy come up. How do I make public comment on that? How do I email the board about my concerns when it used to be that the policy texts were not released to the public? I thought that was a grave failing of the prior boards, and I asked our administrators, once again, talking to our administrators, how can we make this more transparent? And I had an idea, and they came back with a different idea, and where we landed, and their idea was actually later than mine, but they had a good reason, which was, let's do it after first read, because first read is the first opportunity that board members have, having had a chance to read the policies, to make their opinions clear. And I thought that makes good sense, because there might be people that are concerned about language in a policy, and their concern is unwarranted, because in the first read meeting, board members will come out and say, and address exactly what their concerns would be. We will potentially preempt their concerns. If there's something in a policy that is a problem, board members get to look at it, we get to opine on it at first read, and then once the public has the policies and the discussion of the board of those policies, which is the information they need to actually effectively engage, then they are released, and the public has nearly a month, typically in most cycles, to email the board And they are also able to come and make public comment before the action item is completed, which is, with most action items, there's only ever one opportunity to make public comment in the meeting. And so there are many weeks typically to email the board, and there's an opportunity to make public comment just like there is with any action item. So we are well beyond compliance with the Sunshine Act. So.
Another question I had is, there was an accusation that copious amounts of books are somehow being removed by board initiative through the weeding process. Dr. Reppert, was the weeding process an administrative, was that the initiative of the administration, or was that a board initiative?
That was absolutely the administration taking a look at that in collaboration with our librarians, of seeing what has been checked out. You know, if you're looking at 10-plus years, is that a book that we want to continue to have on our shelves? But that was definitely administration.
So no board member came to you and said, hey, we want to have a weeding process?
No, they did not.
Okay. Thank you for that.
I think that President Hinkle did a really good job covering and explaining as a board why we were in full, why we were not violating the Sunshine Act. But I'd actually like to defend, not that this accusation was thrown specifically to our policy chair, but Mrs. Samantha Hall, I haven't seen any previous personnel and policy chair go to the lengths that she goes to explain the policies, how they came her way, how they were developed, the whole process getting us to that first read, talking about the changes even by the time it gets to the next. I mean, things that are just incredibly detail-oriented. And then on top of that, reading whole sections of policy out loud as written. I don't know another policy chair that has ever done that. And in fact, previous personnel and policy meetings were in totality, including the pledge to the flag and public comments, 20 minutes total. I don't think you've ever had a personnel and policy committee meeting that was 20 minutes. So yeah, no, you do an excellent job, and I hope that you didn't take that comment personally. You are definitely transparent, and you are hiding nothing. So thank you for that.
In the extreme.
Yeah. Thank you. That is a perfect tee up, actually, to some comments that I have. So I, in everything that you said, yes. But I specifically wanted to address comments that came to the board through email, because I thought they were, I would address them anyway, but I was interested and I wanted to do a little bit more due diligence on it. So just kind of as a refresher to that point, all of these policies that are on the second read, they came up and were distributed at the January board meeting. We discussed them at the February 17th Personnel and Policy Committee meeting, and then we had that first reading on the February 19th board meeting. And so, to your point about when those get posted, we had 2 community members reach out to the board to give us comment on the library policy. And so I wanted to address briefly what those comments were, and again, we'll take any support from anybody else, but just to give my lens on feedback to that. So the first one was on the definitions piece of the policy, where we, in the policy, had talked about excessive or gratuitous profanity, excessive or gratuitous sexuality, excessive or gratuitous graphic violence. It was the opinion of these 2 people that had written in that the definitions were broad, vague, and subjective. And what I wanted to reconfirm is that our school solicitor wrote this entire policy. And as the solicitor, his role is to ensure that our district remains protected from liability, and specifically crafted these definitions to satisfy those rigorous legal standards. So I feel very comfortable with, as it was written, that we are good with all of that. The second point had to do with administrative regulations, generally, but then specifically assisting in selection. And so it was the opinion of the community members that, as written, this is an unnecessary administrative layer in the selection process, given the detail of the selection criteria in the proposed policy. Certified school librarians are trained professionals who select materials in accordance with board-approved policy. They do not need to be policed. I just want to clarify, because I know when I was sitting out there and I wasn't on the board, sometimes these things would come up and I wouldn't really understand the how or the why. But it is very standard for school districts with the purpose of the board policy to be the what and the administrative regulation to be the how. And so this dual structure that is not just in our district, but I think a pretty good practice in all districts, ensures that while our librarians maintain their professional autonomy, the district remains accountable to the public through a clear framework for how those professional standards are applied daily. So I wanted to remark on that. A third piece of feedback was the library material challenge procedures. It was the opinion of these community members that giving a single designee the power to make an initial determination invites subjectivity and viewpoint discrimination. However, the solicitor designed this as a kind of an administrative triage to ensure that the challenge meets these 5 filing requirements before convening to a full challenge review committee. So again, just doing the due diligence before we get to that place. And then the last piece of it had to do with compliance with the policy, and it was the opinion of the community members that they view this specific compliance section as redundant and uniquely punitive towards librarians, but the compliance section really creates a specific expectation for transparency and accountability. And from a legal standpoint, the solicitor includes this language so there is a clear documented path to intervene should it be necessary. So I don't know, like on that particular one, if anybody else has any comments or questions to anything, or if I misrepresented anything. I don't think I did.
Seems like you represented it quite well.
Yes, yes, that was very, very well
Thank you.
Thank you.
responded.
And then the last piece is, again, just not being a board member, the policy on the freedom of speech. So I could not remember when they were speaking sort of how this came up. I didn't have my yellow paper with me, which has my notes on it. So part of that time I was looking through, because one of the things that we do in addition to a solicitor is we have policy templates that come from PSBA. And so we get updates from them every quarter. 4 times a year. And so this actual policy was on PSBA to be updated in April 2025. So almost practically a year ago that it was on there. And as we had talked about the miscommunication of having another policy cycle in April because we had the backlog, this was actually one that was backlogged. And so I just wanted to read what the kind of change was. And so for added clarity, the policy, the title of the policy was changed from freedom of speech in non-school settings to freedom of speech by employees. And this detail was added to facilitate acknowledgement of the freedom of rights of school employees and the, I can't read my writing, and the indications as to when speech may impact efficiency or constitute a reasonable likelihood of disruption. And then, of course, any decision of this regard must go through the school solicitor. So again, I just wanted to bring perspective that we get policy changes for a lot of different reasons, but this particular one came from PSBA, and then I believe that our solicitor had weighed in on that. So I don't know if there's anything else to add, but I did want to just share that.
I'll add one thing, which is the only change that actually came from the board was my recommendation to change, and I think we actually need to, and I don't believe this will reset anything because it is a de minimis change, but I had actually asked for it to just say Republic. It says Republic Society, so that grammar. So I think society should be struck just to make it grammatically correct. But I was criticized for, because in civics class, the commenter learned that our country is a democratic republic, and linguistically, to refer to it as a democracy would be incorrect, because the noun in that is republic. Yes, it is a democratic republic, but the noun is primary. The adjective modifies. And so and additionally, the founders, many of them are quite critical of democracy. Democracy is mentioned many times in the founding documents, and nearly always critically. Unchecked democracy was considered to be a very dangerous thing, And that's why they gave us a republic, if you can keep it. So, but that was a change the board made, so I'll acknowledge that one. The rest of it, I believe, is PSBA's
thank you.
template, but I did suggest that change, so.
How dare you?
I think the answer is no, but did we make any changes at all to the library policy as it came to us by Mr. Litz?
I don't think so.
I didn't think so either.
If I could just comment about public comment. And I think that, you know, a library policy, no matter what it is going to be a potential political football in our climate. But rarely do political footballs, although they might help at a ballot box, rarely do they get down into the weeds and actually introduce something constructive. But I would like to commend Dr. Bryson and our administration in that they have taken a very collaborative approach to this process. I think what Director Hall was saying in regards to us producing a framework and them implementing it is happening and happening well. And I want to commend you on your approach to it and getting lots of individuals involved as you're moving through it. So I think that it's easy to raise a lot of ire about it, but where the rubber meets the road, you guys are doing a good job in implementing and having a library system that will enhance our children's education, and that's what it's about.
Thank you. So, Mr. President, so it was our solicitor, Mr. Litz, that wrote the library policy, and I just wanted to clarify, is this the same Attorney Litz that these same people said you were supposed to fire 3 years ago?
There was a rumor to that effect.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify, because he's still here.
I heard some other rumors tonight, but it was actually hard to make sense of them.
Mr. President, can I just come back to 320 policy? Were you indicating to strike out society after republic?
Yeah, just because linguistically,
Okay.
this is a republic, and republic is a noun, so there shouldn't be another noun following it. So this is a republic, so you'd strike society.
All right, any other discussion? Any nays or abstentions? Okay, that motion carries. Item 10.03, sorry, my thing is not advancing.
Yeah,
Mine isn't either.
Okay.
Yeah, we're technical difficulties.
So this is just public information, but I did want to just give a little context to this. This is a first reading of policies. As you may recall, these policies had significant revisions, and they were reverted back to a first read because of those revisions. And I don't know if there's any feedback to anything that we have on here, but again, this is really informational, and if there would be any feedback, and then we would be voting on it in April. Any feedback?
So are these already posted with those changes, or will they be?
I think they get posted after this, because this is our first read. Yeah. Are we good?
Yeah.
Okay, I just saw a lot of reading. Okay, so that's item 10.03, item 10.04, other items of business. I have none, and I pass that back to President Engel.
Thank you. Moving on to buildings and grounds, I'll turn it over to our chair of that, Mr. Hall.
Thank you. So I'm going to revert back to 7.12, which I asked to be pulled out. So I don't, why is this not? I don't see that there is an issue with this. I didn't pull it out because I have any questions about it. I think it's something that needs to be done. But the expenditure being so large, I just thought it would be good to pull it out and have it read outside of the consent agenda so that the public understands. That's all. So the Board of Education to consider awarding the proposal for supplying and installing certified plain ground mulch from River Valley Landscape of Riceville, PA, in the amount of $15,035 using CoStar pricing. Do I have a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
I think we need mulch for our playgrounds.
We do.
But I appreciate you pulling it out. It's,
Makes
you know,
sense.
we want to be looking at every dollar, and especially if it's a certain amount, I think it's good to pull it into the agenda.
Any other discussion? Any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, motion passes. Moving on, scroll down here. Okay, 11.01, our water test report for February of 2026, which is there for our information. Moving on to 11.02, we have the buildings and grounds report for February of 2026. Mr. Buffington.
Yeah, given for your information there, certainly, there were some questions on safety inspections of bleachers, indoors and outdoors at the last board meeting, so we gave some information there. And then also update to our projects and just some overall information for the board. But certainly willing to take any questions.
Thank you. Moving on to 11.03. Really being slow. I would like to make a motion to approve the settlement agreement and mutual release with Reynolds Construction LLC, doing business as Site Logic Construction Management, Beers and Hoffman Architect, Barton Associates Incorporated, Midline Mechanical LLC, and J.R. Reynolds Incorporated. Do I have a second?
Second.
Do we want to have any discussion to this end? We're all clear, so any nays or abstentions? Hearing none, that motion passes. Moving on to 11.04. We have a discussion of the potential upcoming projects for the summer of 2027 and summer of 2028. Take it away, Mr. Buck.
All right, thank you. We'll try to be brief tonight, but we did want to kind of give an update. As we've been discussing facilities project needs, we wanted to come back with an update. Certainly, as part of that team planning, construction manager, the energy service company, which includes estimators and planners, and pre-construction individuals, along with district maintenance and the business department have been looking at potential needs and what a plan may look like. This evening, no stranger to you, Damian Spar will also help me present this for this evening. So on our agenda this evening, we're going to give some updates on the facilities grant. Also, for the summer of 2026 work, we'll give some updates there, as well as review prioritization of future projects if the board would elect to do, and ultimately conclude with a recommendation. One thing you'll notice as we move forward in the presentation, there'll be some items that are in gray. Those items have been completed, but just kind of there for reference, and we'll focus more on the ones, the upcoming items there. So a big thank you to SiteLogic for applying for the $5 million grant on our behalf. Certainly we don't know if we're going to be a recipient yet. That information will be coming. And a big thank you to them for applying on our behalf. So Damian Spar is going to kind of work
work through some of the updates and some of the recommendations that moving forward. Damien?
Good evening, everyone. I will work to be brief. I sat with Randy and was able to listen in on the thoughtful conversations that you were having about budget. And much of what we're going to talk about tonight requires that whole thoughtful process, and this is part of that. The work that we're talking about for 2026, specifically related to the boiler rooms and the roofing at Shrews, is proceeding nicely with equipment being ordered. And we talked, I think last time we were here, about mocking up the coatings that were going to go on top on the metal roof and the coatings that were going on the skylights. And that is being scheduled for spring break. And we continue to work together. In fact, Randy and I were on the phone with our project manager down in the office this evening, talking about coordinating some of that rooftop work in the schedule. So that's coming along nicely.
So that mock-up's going to make sure we get just the right color. So if anybody wants to help us pick that, I'll let you know when.
Not me.
So in the planning process, this is a slide that's familiar to you. Again, all the things that have occurred to date are shown in gray. We are in a position now where we're starting to look at what building needs are, so that as a board, the administration, there's a collaboration of what is it that the buildings need and what is it that the board and the community decide that they want to put toward those needs, and how do we want to take that. What we're going to do tonight is we're going to start to talk about the way that we've put that together to show a plan that bundled together some work that we would do if we were going to do these things collectively. Then we'll have to really thoughtfully put that together with the budget discussions you've been having. The work that we're talking about matches completely with the grant that we've submitted on behalf of the district that we'll find out about. We're thinking late summer, very early fall, but certainly before an election cycle.
So certainly some of our challenges, some of our systems, our mechanical systems, in particular Shrewsbury, Southern L, Southern Middle, are near end of life, and planning those replacements, is obviously what we're focused on. But Mr. Spar is going to walk us through kind of how we get to the recommendation.
And again, to make this easy and quick, I'm going to point out these are things, if there's something you've seen before, we're going to talk about it to remind you and continue to move. The immediate or urgent and high priority work that we talked about last time is what's summed in this table now. The work in budget 2025, that's the work that we've largely committed to, that's being done in 2026. So that budget 2026 had all of those other items that came out of the study as immediate and high priority. So we took that last time, and if we go to the next slide, you'll see that that was broken out, and we were thinking building system, just like we thought about boilers as systems. So when we broke those out, the budget for 2026 to build in 2027, and really looking at those core needs, was related to mechanical work, particularly in Shrews, Southern L, and Southern Middle, and looked like this with mechanical work only. Again, you've seen this before. 2027 to 28 was electrical, and these are replacing systems at end of life, and that we're really maintaining and are ending up starting to cost us and are going to start to fail. If we take the next slide, go ahead.
And one of the negatives to this solution would be we'd be going back into the same building twice, so.
And you're going to see that as we talk a little bit more. When we were here last time, we talked about what are the best practices. If we're going to fix up buildings, how do you do that in the right way to make those buildings last 20 years? And again, with all respect to the very important discussions that we were having earlier, absent those constraints, what do we normally do and what do we see when we're trying to do things with project management efficiency and be fiscally responsible. And a lot of that fiscal responsibility is, we're not building new schools, we're maintaining something that we've had for years and continue to want to have. So those things that we were talking about and these are, I'm going to go through a more detailed list, but these are the things that we talked about previously in emergent issues or things that we would want to look at doing if we were going to do projects in these buildings. Shrewsbury Elementary was plumbing connections and flooring. Southern L had to do with replacements of faucets, flush valves, and work on toilets and sinks, et cetera, elevator upgrades and carpet replacement. And at Southern Middle, a lot of toilet room renovations, faucets and flush valves, and replacement of flooring again.
So this would be in addition to some of those other systems, like the HVAC systems and electrical systems. And when I say electrical systems, that includes fire alarms, and security systems and things that start to wear out after 25 years.
And in creating this type of project scenario, this is not a renovation. This is system upgrades, and this is maintaining a building and asset protection. It's not, I understand the conversations that have occurred about the high school. That was much more of a renovation. These things that we're talking about are just taking your building and extending the life of vital systems in the building. So, to that end, I'm going to get my other hand out here so I can read properly. To that end, we looked at what would we add if we were going to create a proper project that is addressing the critical needs in these three buildings. What would we include in that project if we were looking at HVAC and electrical? And all of the things here, with the exception of money that we set aside for some painting and ceilings, all of these things come out of the immediate and high priority requirements. So to start at the top, and I'll go through these briefly, these are going to sound familiar in thought because they include what we talked about on the previous slide or go just a bit further. So in each one of these buildings is a recurring theme. There is dollars set aside for dealing with asbestos and lead. That doesn't mean you need to expend all the dollars that are set aside, but that's certainly something that we would have to deal with in that case. In the case of Shrewsbury Elementary, septic pumps, fixture connections, which we noted were important, and then the flooring rounds that out. What you'll see at the bottom that doesn't have the table around it is an allowance that we put in at this time just to say, if we want to do some ceiling work, do some additional painting, what does that look like? And what we did was we went back to the remaining projects that are not as high, the highest priority, and said, what is 25% of those numbers? And we're showing you that. That doesn't mean you have to do all that. It just gives you an idea of what that order of magnitude is if you were to do some painting and ceiling work in the buildings when you were doing a project like we're talking about.
And the reason we did that, the board will recall at our last meeting, we talked about when you have the univentilator that sits on the floor, the carpet, isn't going to fit up to that. Painting of that wall, all of a sudden that univentilator is a little not as tall. You may need to do some painting there, and so we figured we wouldn't have to paint the whole room, but we would need some, some painting.
It's kind of the idea of painting one of the walls of each room or dealing with some of the ceiling tile. Again, these numbers come out of the study numbers. Anything we ever do, ever, here, we're always trying to say, do we need it now, and can we reduce the cost? So this is a scenario creation, and we'll get down to why we kind of have a recommendation here in a moment. As you go into Southern L, we're talking about the faucets and flush valves. There's elevator renovations, and there's some other little bit of shaft renovation work that goes with that. Backflow preventer, some added water filtration. That really has to do with this campus. Now we're monitoring the water quality and water testing to see if that's even necessary. Again, that's something that might be able to fall off, but was noted in the high priority, the high and immediate priority needs. Also flooring, also the asbestos is noted. When you get down to southern middle, it looks very much like that, except for we get into the number of restrooms and the issues that we have there. So what I had done with this was take the restroom renovations or additions and group that in there. So you have creating some single-use toilet rooms, expanding the boys' toilet rooms, an ADA toilet renovation, and a boys' restroom renovation. And you can start to see all those in front of you. These groupings of projects create that asset protection type project for each building where the fiscally responsible school district says, I'm not renovating this building, but I have to do some things to keep it up. And if I'm going to try and have it for 25, 30 more years, this is the next step that I take. So in the next slide, you'll see what that looks like. And in this slide, we took that and we said, if we were to do the work, and I'm going to kind of explain to you, the work that didn't include ceilings and paint, and I just did this because for ease, that's all in that budget 26, 27. And then the cost for ceiling tile and painting to finish up, because obviously if we were going to do it this way, we want to paint last. We always paint last and do ceiling tile last, unless we're, depending on when we're doing flooring. So we set it up this way, and we looked at it and we said, there's a few things we don't like about this. The first thing that we don't like about this is we're going into a building one summer, and then we would be going into the same building again the next summer. Even with no children there, there's staff there, it's disruptive. Good project management and good practice says, just go in there once. We also looked at it and said, just looking at the budget, that doesn't make sense either. It's quite lumpy, and it doesn't feel, while that worked nicely to bundle everything by system for the projects we're doing next year, that becomes a pretty wieldy project for summers. And we'll talk about project size in a minute. So what we decided to do was look at it on a building by building basis, which has a side benefit of spreading out the need. So if we go, did you have anything you wanted to add to that, Randy? So if we go to the next plan, you'll see in 2026 and build in 2027, we selected Shrewsbury first. What you see in district-wide scope, Friendship, and Susquehannock High School, that was always in that plan there. So we said, if we do Shrewsbury first, what does that look like? And this is what you end up with, a plan to do Shrews first. The next largest need for a building is really Southern Middle. So Southern Middle was put as the main project the year following, or whenever, however that goes. So this is doing it by building, going into a building once, making the building what it needs to be for all those years to come, and getting out and not being disruptive. Lastly, in the last year or following, then we went to Southern L. So while it says the order that's given there is a little bit different, but if you follow the timeline across, that's basically where we landed. And we landed there for a whole lot of reasons. And so to make these buildings last 25 and 30 years, and really to have the least impact on the educational mission and all those operations, doing these one at a time makes sense. But beyond that, when you start to look at how you get pricing, one way to do it is what we did this year. We did all those boiler rooms and we got an economy of scale. When it starts to get bigger in projects like this, then you want to go building by building. Why? Because contractors have a nice project to bid. It's fit into a time frame that they can get the work done, and that time frame happens relatively quickly for contractors, and it makes it an attractive project. You get better competition, you get lower pricing. So there's a whole lot of reasons why this becomes the recommended scenario if we're going to do the level of work required in one of these buildings each one year after another, or in different years. to bring those buildings up to where they need to be.
So just kind of wrapping up here, kind of looking forward, if we would do a project for the summer of 27, we would look to April, May to approve to do a design, head into the fall to award the work, so that ultimately, the fall of 26, so ultimately the work could be done in the summer of 27. As I had mentioned, certainly the greatest need is the HVAC system, which would include the classroom unit and controls at 3 buildings, Shrewsbury Elementary, Southern Middle, and Southern Elementary. Most of this work can be accomplished in a similar process that we are going to be doing this summer in the GISA process, the Guaranteed Energy Savings Act process, between projects that actually fit in there, or there's a 15% allowed for ancillary items, and/or we can bundle it with cooperative purchasing as well to accomplish these projects. Certainly, to move forward, we'd have to commit to a financing plan to make this happen. And again, our recommendation would be to do those as we had seen there on the last slide, Shrewsbury in 2027, Southern Middle in 2028, and Southern L in 2029. I know we've given you a lot, and certainly, we would come back with more information and things, but certainly wanted to just kind of give an update where we were and wanted to update the board.
Okay, questions? Lots of them. First off, thank you for putting together those two approaches. If we can flip back to that last slide there, where you're going at it building by building.
Yep.
I think that's a great approach. I would love to be able to understand what sections throughout represent those numbers. Now, I know that that's not something you're just going to pull out of your hat.
Actually, I can pull that out of my hat because I was pretty thoughtful about it and I
Okay.
anticipated that question from being here before. So if you look at this sheet, this document that you have, the base document, if you were to add it up, and I don't suggest you do it because I've done it several times to make sure it was right, but if you were to add up the 3-year plan that's at the top of this, that shows you what we were going to be doing for mechanical and electrical. If you take that, and you add that up, and then you add to it, and you can see in your slideshow, these numbers by building. The sum total of these things that are here.
Okay.
And that top table, they equal what's here with this caveat. If they were in 1 year and they moved back, they got de-escalated by 5%. If they were in a year and they got moved forward, they were escalated by 5%.
Okay.
So what's in there is exactly what's in the backup to this under the 3-year plan, plus what's here, escalated or de-escalated.
Okay.
Okay.
I got you. And I have an electronic copy of that, so I can zoom in
yeah.
and see
Yep.
it, see what it is.
Yeah,
And then I'm sure they
and
correspond into here.
They do. You just have to remember, depending on what it was, plus or minus. And,
Right.
I can share with the administration what was escalated or de-escalated, but you kind of get the idea. When you start to add things together and you move one thing out a certain year, I mean, it gets a little wacky when you start adding in. Well, the paint came from 2026, so it got escalated differently, et cetera. But you'll see that it's close.
But that gives me the ability to dig down into these numbers and
Yes.
and see what's underneath.
Yeah, that's exactly what's underneath. I made it simple, so it's that set of pages plus what's in that slideshow.
I mean, you're not getting that from this, but electronic copy, I can go in and see that. So, I mean, I just received this, so I want to do that diligence. I want to dig down in there and look at those things. But I do think that a 3-year approach, building by building, certainly appears to probably be the most succinct approach. It does look like it may have it comes to a slightly different total, but it's negligible. It's, I mean, I say negligible, it's about $800,000
Yes,
difference.
and
But I also, you are somewhat at the mercy of a scope of work that you didn't produce.
well, that's true, but the difference, that $842,000 and change was the difference from when we had everything pushed together and started to separate things and move things one way and the other. The net for all that was that escalation. So that difference is exactly that escalation that you're seeing.
Yeah, so there's a different time value of money, because there's a 2-year frame versus a 3-year.
Yeah, 100%. I get it.
And interestingly, I did an exercise that did this a little bit differently, and I was coming up with, when I took the 2 years and I pushed to 3 a different way with the systems, that escalation was higher. Maybe it wasn't that, it was when we pushed out, Southern Middle and had Southern L back.
When you
The
flipped
escalation was, yes, I flipped them, and we picked up probably about $60,000 or $70,000.
It's a different scope of work.
Yeah, reduced escalation.
Yeah.
And, exactly.
And certainly, Mr. Hall, you want to be digging into, but I can assure you the team is also scrutinizing all these scopes and going to continue to dig, you know.
I want to be able to understand it.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's there, the information is here, I just haven't, I didn't have this and that, you know, to kind of compiled together.
Yeah.
Well, it's just the start of continuing to refine.
Right, sure, and it would be done, I'm assuming that these all could be handled by Giza,
Yes.
and then,
And the Giza in the 15%, and at worst, if there's something, we could look at getting several prices for cooperative purchase, but you could do it in a way that's under a lot of control by the district that avoids the
Sure.
settlement you just talked about.
and in the fluidity of that process, there can be economy.
Yes.
And we already found that. We found that in our last GISA process.
Yeah.
There was economy found.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, it certainly, it's there, but at the same time, you are somewhat at the mercy of a scope of work that you didn't create.
And it's not uncomplicated.
Yeah, the other piece, if you go back one more slide, so it is $842,000 difference, but it would be very challenging to complete that 16.8 in one summer. So it's probably not 100% real, that difference, because I'm not sure we could pull that off, yeah.
You would definitely use multiple contractors, and, I mean, the reality of it is, and to the point that the President made, as you start to push things out, you have time value of money, in this case, you have escalation, but the more that you come back, and this is part of what we talked about, the more you come back to the same place, you're back there doing work with what we call general conditions, which is supervision and things like that, but you have mobilization and demobilization costs. And when you start to apply the principles we've been talking about with Mr. Hall, you start to eliminate some of that extra cost, and you're just getting more for your money when you decide what it is you want to spend your money on.
And I'm going to, I guess, start to show my age a little bit, but I'm going to roll the clock back to 1999 and 2000. We did 2 projects on this campus at the same time. We did Southern Middle and Southern Elementary at the same time. And I'm paraphrasing, but I remember saying, I don't think this is a good idea to do it again. You know, just the amount of work that's going on, and certainly not to the same scope, but all of a sudden we're crunching into a summer, 2 buildings on the same campus. Yeah.
It's a lot.
It's a challenge that I don't know that we want to do again, you know, if there's a way to accomplish that in a different manner.
With the $5 million grant that you applied for, if we were to get that, is that committing us to, like, do we have to put up 5 million, then they put up 5 million? What does that look like?
It's interesting, it's written a couple different ways for DCED, but I explain it as a 25% match. If they give you $100, you gotta put up 25. So I don't think you're gonna see a $5 million. If you, I think, what'd you get, about $1 million last year? So if you got $1 million last year, you put up 250 to match that.
And that's to whatever part of this we want, is that correct?
That's right. So what we applied for was HVAC, because we knew that was the biggest thing. So you could do it in one school, you could do it in a different school, you could do it a little bit in one and a little bit in another, whatever you want, as long as it's that.
But it has to be done in that year, correct?
That grant tells you that you can use it, I think, for 3 years.
Oh.
So I think it's 3.
And we could space that out, we could truncate it?
You can. I have not seen a district do that because they're not giving out money in big enough chunks that anybody goes, I'm going to space it out. The other reason that they don't space it out is whatever, and I have a lot of districts that get designed and ready to go, because if you buy whatever you're buying with that grant money the day that you approve the grant, because you have to write back to the state and say that you accept it. If you do that early, because of inflation, you're going to get more, unless you're at a bad bid period, of course. But the earlier you do that, the more you're going to get, because you're only getting so much money and inflation will erode that.
I'm saying the flexibility is
But you
there.
have all the flexibility you're talking about. Yes, you do.
And the scope of all of these would, even if you got the full 5 million, it would not, putting in 25% would not meet the $8 million or $9 million.
Well, if you got $5 million for some reason, you'd do it across schools if you had to make that match. But because we did hone in on HVAC because those are the critical systems.
I understand.
Yes.
Has to be specific to that.
Yeah.
Which in Southern Ellis, I don't know if the 4,500,000 is all HVAC, it just has mechanical, so there's probably some other pieces.
Yes,
tied
but
in there.
you're getting the idea. You're looking at that the right way.
Okay. Well, do we have any other comment? This is some great information to give us the direction that we need to go.
Thank you, and it's part of the process, just like the other processes you're going through. And we'll look forward to getting some feedback from you through the administration, and we'll continue to come back and improve, the thought processes as you all look at where your priorities are and how you want to tackle some of these needs that are there, and really look at that in combination with your budget. And I appreciate you giving us all this time tonight.
All right.
Thank you.
Sorry it's so late, but we
No,
really
it's okay.
appreciate your
Thank
time.
you.
Okay, moving on to 11.05. We have use of facilities, which is there for our information. Moving on to 11.06, other items of business, which I do have one.
For real.
For real, not 3. And it is only a matter of wanting to understand where we are in the process of looking at the land in New Freedom.
So we solicited for appraisals. That was actually more difficult than I thought to get. We did, I did sign to have Agrarian, who specializes in agricultural appraisals. They actually, I think, were out yesterday to take pictures. So we should have that back before the April board meeting.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
And anything else, President Hinkle?
All right, I'll turn it over for item 12 to our Transportation, Health, and Safety Chair, Mr. Hash.
Thank you, President Hinkle. 12.01, the Student Transportation Report for February 2026 is there for your perusal. I will say that the bus evacuations on, what day was that?
Wednesday?
Yesterday, yes, sorry.
It does feel like a long time ago.
My days and nights, man. Was successful. That was, I would dare say, one of the quickest ones I've seen. That was quick. It was over before it even started, it seemed like. Well done to the whole team. They were all out. All the team was out there and looked really good. 12:02. I would like to make a motion to approve the submission of a grant application for school bus stop arm cameras through the PennDOT Automated School Bus Enforcement Grant Round 2. Do I have a second?
Second?
Do I have any discussion on this? Any nays or abstentions? That motion carries. 12:03, other items of business. I have none. Back to you, President Hinkle.
All right, which brings us to item 13, athletics and extracurricular. I will turn it over to Mrs. Mary Lee Hall.
Okay, thank you. So the Warrior winter sports season wrapped up a few weeks ago, and now spring sports are in full swing. Here's a summary of the current highlights over the past few weeks, both in winter and spring sports, submitted by Mr. Blandon. Boys basketball, congratulations to seniors Landon Kleeman and Caden Richardson on being selected to participate in the York Adams Senior All-Star Boys Basketball Game coming up this Sunday, March 22nd at 3 at West York. Great recognition of their dedicated careers within the program. High school girls basketball, the Warrior girls basketball team made a great run through the PIAA District 3 5A tournament and into the PIAA state tournament. They finished in third place in the District 3 5A tournament, defeating Cocalico 36-34 on February 26th. In addition, they hosted Peters Township on March 7th for the first round game of PIAA state tournament. While they lost in overtime, it was a great game and believed to be the first time in school history for hosting a PIAA state tournament game. Senior Elena Snyder was named York Adams Division II Player of the Year, in addition to Johanna Bissett and Maria Agostino, named to the York Adams All-Stars Honorable Mention list. Congratulations to each of those ladies for their accomplishments this season. Swimming, Warriors boys and girls swimming teams competed at the PIAA District 3 2A Championships on February 27th and 28th at Cumberland Valley High School. We did not have any swimmers advance to the PIAA state meet, but there was certainly placement at the District 3 2A meet. For men's 200 medley relay placed 8th, Jared Voss, Chase Wright, Cato Nguyen, and Drew McFadden. Women's 200 freestyle placed 6th, Gracie Burton, Callie Shue, Carly Abels, and Lauren Kalmanovich. Women's 400 freestyle relay, 7th place, Gracie Burton, Ilya Swenson, Carly Abels, and Lauren Kalmanovich. Women's 100 butterfly, placed 7th, Lauren Kalmanovich. And women's 100 backstroke, 5th place, Lauren Kalmanovich. So congratulations to everyone. That's a great run. And then, of course, spring sports. The high school and junior high Warrior spring sports students athletes kicked off with official practices on March 2nd. Weather permitting, they will be finishing up their scrimmages over the past week and starting with first games of the season this week. There's several going on tonight and tomorrow. We're looking forward to an exciting spring season for baseball, boys and girls lacrosse, softball, boys tennis, track and field, boys volleyball, junior high girls volleyball, and girls and boys junior high soccer. Congratulations to Commitment Day seniors destined for college sports. Brady Durkosh to attend Immaculata University for soccer. Patrick O'Brien to attend Lehigh University for pole vaulting. Owen Regner to attend Waynesburg University for baseball. Elena Snyder to attend Ave Maria University for basketball. Nick Torregrossa to attend Duquesne University for track and field. Brooke Schabbach to attend Messiah University for field hockey. Maria Agostino to attend St. Joseph's College of Maine for basketball. And Gabe Clayball to attend Lock Haven University for football. And I have an update. I'll keep it quick. This is about the free event tickets that I've been talking about and how the meetings went over concessions. So I'm sure you're all wondering. There wasn't a presentation tonight. So Mr. Blannon did provide the requested report, including neighboring district pricing and revenues made from the sale of event tickets for us here at home. Although it's a good start, I think that we'll need to understand the impact of the revenue from those sales, what it'll have on our district budget, and how funds can be recouped if we can do it. So for this, I'll need board support. So when I ask Mr. Blannon for information, he can't do that just on the recommendation of one board member. We need to, as a collective, ask for that information. However, I would like to ask for that with a plan to cover the cost, whatever we might be losing, but at the same time, keeping in mind the difficult financial year we're in and what we've all been discussing. I think it's best to table it this year and bring it back around for board support maybe for the 27-28 school year, and then ask administration to provide more information on how we can offset the cost to consider free student admission at athletic events. There's also been some questions that have come to me several times from different students that there's a thought of moving the student section outside, specifically at the main field bleachers, possibly moving it to the other side of the bleachers, taking the seating out because they don't sit down, they all stand, and then painting it for designation. They're kind of right at the end there where all the patrons come walking through. But that also, is some cost evaluation there, some safety, right? What does that look like to remove that? Is it okay to remove that? Does it compromise the integrity of the bleachers, right? What are we looking at regarding all of that? It isn't the first time I've heard that type of request from students. So I'm not quite sure where to send that. If the kids would go through maybe student council, Dr. Sterner, or if they'd come directly to the top to Dr. Bryson. I don't know. What do you think about that one?
I think the request needs to start initially with Dr. Sterner and
Yeah.
Mr. Bland, and
Okay,
they can take a look at what the functionality may or may not be.
right. And just a little bit more before we all fall asleep. I know it's after 11, sorry. But as you know, speaking of, concession contemplation, when Mrs. Green, Mr. Hall, and Mr. Hash met with Chartwells during the SYCSD food service negotiations, one of their selling points was that Chartwells could use their purchase power to help increase earnings for the All-Star Booster Club by purchasing menu items that can be sold at concessions. So the Booster Club and Chartwells representatives met on January 23rd to discuss the opportunity to partner in this way. And while also adding menu items, it was discussed the possibility of food preparation for concessions as well, too. So as a result, Chartwells will provide a price list of menu items to the Booster Club that they are able to purchase, and if there is a cost savings, then the Booster Club plans on ordering through them. But there are also a few snags that came to light regarding this that are interesting for the board, thinking along the lines of improvements. Due to a lack of cooking appliances and warming options for food safety in the concession stands, we're hindered in what kind of offerings can be made. And in addition to this, there's also some difficulty that I believe could be overcome in preparation for unknown numbers of attendees by using previous year sales numbers and prepping to a certain percentage of that number. Although, as a board, I do think we have some work to do to inquire of administration regarding an update of concessions to meet food safety standards in order to expand the menu in the future, which I think we can certainly ask. But once again, during maybe a more prosperous budget year, and at the same time be on the lookout for possibilities of grant opportunities that could help here. Mr. Blandon did report that all parties agreed that this meeting was a great beginning to discuss what opportunities there could be moving forward. And thank you to Beth Plum, the Booster Club president, and Mr. Blandon, excuse me, for bringing this discussion to reality. I know I'm excited to see the benefits of this, what this partnership can bring for our athletic teams, and I think the rest of the board would be too. You know, if we can get to a place where we might be able to expand the bottom line for boosters and athletics, and you know, there's considerations there for uniform kits and preferences and things that the athletes have that booster can't always fund, and you know, it just helps all the way around to expand their bottom line. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Item 14, committee report, other business. I have none. Anyone? Hearing none, move on to 15.01, Legislative Council.
Thank you, President Henkel. The focus up in Harrisburg's been on reviewing the governor's proposed budget for next year. The only real action, there was no House Education Committee meetings or votes. But the big focus is probably on, in March, Secretary Rowe presented to the Senate Appropriation Committee, talking about a lot of the items that are in the Governor Shapiro's budget proposal, including 5% increase to the Ready to Launch grant program, school improvement grant projects, and bond programs for infrastructure and repairs. So senators raised concerns about the post-COVID literacy scores, declining enrollment, and also the topic of cell phone bans was discussed as well. But they're going to be back in working mode next week. So that concludes legislative.
I also did hear that Southern Elementary went to the Capitol to sing, and that they did a great job. So, little student
great.
success there.
That's great. I didn't see that.
15.02, York School of Technology.
We have our next JOC meeting next week. Things are moving ahead with the purchase of the land that we approved on our last meeting here. That should have been completed. I don't think I've seen any confirmation of that from York Tech, but that was scheduled to close that transaction. And I have one thing I have to say very sadly. I do not have the student's name, but Student of the Month was a senior from Susquehanna last month.
Did
And
they show the video?
they showed, yes, we had the
Oh.
video and everything. So it
That's
was
amazing.
made Susquehanna proud, and I'm sorry I do not have student's name in front of me. No.
The land purchase, are they interested in purchasing any down here?
Well, maybe for the satellite programs that Dr. Price was talking about.
We happen to have something available.
Yes.
What was the career highlight for the student?
He was, oh my gosh. He was auto,
Was he?
yeah.
That's exciting.
All right, 15.03, LIU 12.
That'd be Dr. Bryson.
Oh, okay.
I can do JOA. I don't know there's any update beyond what's there for Lincoln Intermediate Unit 12. The JOA has given direction to Dr. Marchese and myself to be available to districts to have any discussion related to the new funding structure for their future building project. For this board right now, since we're in close contact with you, there's no budget impact moving in next year in regards to approving that. However, my plan would be in April, we'll give a kind of a preview of what the funding structure looks like. The general gist is, and I think I've shared this before, the base increase goes from 67,000 to 100,000. And I preference that by saying, but remember, that's a 20-year-old number that has never been increased. So that's the challenge that that they're given. And then there'll be a per-student fee for facility usage. So we'll give you a debrief on that in April, and we kind of need yes, we can support eventually with expected vote sometime in August, September, in the fall, so that they can begin the process.
All right. York Adams Tax Bureau?
No report.
Nothing to report. All right. 15.05, Southern York County School District Foundation. Mrs. Hall.
All right. So the SYCSD Foundation met on Tuesday, March 10th last week, and discussed many wonderful opportunities to benefit the students within the district. One of them was the Innovation Grant Awards, which this year includes a trauma simulation lab for the high school, which is a multi-phase collaboration lab that utilizes specialized anatomical tools with oversight from a certified instructor from Harrisburg Area Community College. Another grant is a newsroom for the middle school that will provide funding to renovate the SMS newsroom by adding technology and resources available to students. And this is also through a partnership of WGAL, where students will be able to expand their interest in telecommunication and broadcasting fields. And last but not least is a grant to help support the purchase of a 3D printing and design initiative for Southern Elementary School. And all this in addition to college scholarships for our seniors awarded in May. As you can see, every dollar counts. So speaking of funding, the online silent auction is coming up April 20th to April 27th. It runs from 9 in the morning on the 20th to 9 p.m. on the 27th. And all proceeds will be used to help fund scholarships and alumni programs. For more details about the auction or donating items, please contact Tia Walker at the school district phone number, extension 7278. She will gladly take your money. And the next foundation meeting will be Tuesday, April 14th.
Do they list the items anywhere online, or do you have to?
Oh yeah, they're all online, all the items.
Yeah, they're all online, and you would actually put your bid in online when
Sweet.
it opens.
And here's the flyer if you'd like to take a look or take a picture of it. Put it on your refrigerator, call Tia, give her a couple $100, you know.
I can keep this?
I guess.
Well, I can hand it back.
No,
I'll
you
take a
can
picture
keep
of it.
I'll get another one.
All right.
All right. Good. 15.06, other items of business. I have none. Secretary's report. The student activities report for February 2026 is attached for your information. Resignations and retirements, there are 5 there for your information. 16.03, other items of business, I have none. 17.01, the enrollment information for home education outside cyber charter and LIU 12 Lincoln Edge cyber program is there for your information, which brings us to 17.02, announcements by board president and superintendent. I do need to announce, well, first I'll announce the next regularly scheduled meeting of the Board of Education will be held on Thursday, April 16th, 2026 in the district office's multipurpose room beginning at 7 p.m. I also need to announce that we had immediately prior to this session an executive session covering special education, personnel, and safety and security. Did I miss any? All right.
Real quick, I just want to recognize one current employee and one past employee, actually. So the current employee, wanted to give a big congratulations to Jocelyn Rupert, who received Shippensburg's Study Council Exemplary Program for her career practicum programming that she does, much of which with our seniors to get them connected and going in the right direction. I don't know what we're going to do with, she's going to laugh, I don't know what we're going to do with this because it actually fits with the other exemplary programs that the district has gotten recognition with over time.
Move some around.
The reppers point me over to that one maybe next. But a big thank you to her and Dr. Sterner, who both represented us well as one of 7 or 8 programs across the state that got recognition. So really cool. And then secondly, this afternoon, I had a really cool opportunity to go up to the Pennsylvania State Athletic Directors Association has a conference, but more importantly, today, they inducted into their Hall of Fame our one and only Chuck Abbott, who is a longtime teacher, coach, athletic director here. He started his career here at Southern and ended his career here at Southern as the athletic director. So really cool. He invited some of his old colleagues up to join him for that induction. So real neat event to see him and all of his daughters who are now adults with their own families. For those that you know Chuck, he's still doing well. And if you don't know Chuck, he's also the executive director of the YAIAA. Actually, I should have said formerly known as the YAIAA, is now SCAC conference here in South Central Pennsylvania. So congratulations to Chuck, well deserved. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, item 18, new business. Anyone? Then I'll move on to item 19, and I'll entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Are there any nays or abstentions?
Did you just nay?
Hearing
No, I think
none.
Jeremy.
We are adjourned.
Please do not.